producer Jace, who, oh shit, now I can't pay him a compliment because other people can hear
I
it.
don't like compliments.
He does not like compliment.
Well,
I'll end the stream.
you'll end the stream. Well, I mean, yes, I will have to put Jace through his paces now that he's got a new computer, just to
This
make
isn't
sure
the
that
new one yet. That's not hooked up. This is still the
Oh,
crappy old one.
okay, so you got to put it through its paces. Okay, all right, all right.
I
all
got
right.
it to
Fair
turn
enough.
on. That's the extent of what I did so far.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Unfortunately, we are down to Gorbeck for the foreseeable future. So I guess I'm gonna have to do my best Spanish. And Kelmac's running a little late, so Kelmac is just gonna have to be Kelmac until we get a slightly different Kelmac. When last we met off here, man, that group of food. Black Tower Stories, Adventures of Athoria, Knights of the Silver Mythal. When last we met off with you guys, Silver Knights of the Mythal.
There you go.
Yeah. That makes more sense. Anyway, you guys had traveled via teleportation to the port city of Eladin. That you spent some time in earlier on in your adventuring career, deciding to make your way up to the top of Mount Arbot, where you guys had fought Krieg, knowing it to be a relatively isolated place, in order to see just how feral Izal is when she becomes a bear person. Turns out she's actually a bit more amiable, lower key. So that I guess that's good. And after trying a few things to see if you can trigger the wild hunt, raid event, that hasn't happened yet. So you guys have grown desperate enough, not so desperate as to let Caleb do a ritual, but desperate enough to let Volred attempt a ritual, or to let him sleep, to see what you guys might be able to uncover. But based on my notes, it is now the morning of the 40th.
Did everybody sleep well?
Well, I didn't sleep yet.
Well, understandably, I was just mentioning everybody else because everybody else does have a tendency to sleep.
I could go for a nap or like 5 more hours.
That's for sure.
How do you feel?
Pretty good.
I'm good.
So just for clarification real quick, Azal is back to normal?
Izal is presently in the form of a dwarven female. And other than slightly more unkempt hair and kind of unbathed camping musk, it appears more or less the same as you have known her.
Well, it's all you don't smell of death, but you smell something very close to it.
Oh. Oh. That is not pleasant for me.
It's not pleasant for the rest of us either.
I don't smell anything.
Well, you don't even smell the fact that you smell like death still.
Thank you for reminding me.
He does a lot of murdering.
Well, he did come back with a lot of meat that we don't necessarily think that we can use.
Yeah, that's probably getting eaten by something wild on the mountain right now.
What a horrific event of death. Good job.
Okay. We don't... The hunt hasn't attacked us. We've got the items out. We have no real reason for being on the mountain now other than luring them out.
What if there's a delay, though?
A mail?
A delay?
Yeah.
Like the hunt was delayed. As in they picked up our signals but just haven't made it yet.
Well, I thought the last time that they came, it was pretty quickly after your sleeping, correct?
Well, sure.
But you haven't slept yet, correct?
Correct.
Then we still have one more test to run, correct?
I would assume so. Should I try to sleep now, or do we go somewhere else?
Well, I thought we moved here because it would be the best place to avoid additional casualties. So if you were going to attempt to sleep, it would be preferable that you do it here.
Preferable to whom?
Are you looking to cause additional casualties in the city?
Well, I'm not looking to do that, but if we're out here and they find us, it's easier to hide in with the population.
Well, we were gonna teleport away if it became an issue.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. How does that work, by the way? Because I get confused, because sometimes we have to go somewhere to teleport, and other times we just teleport. I don't really pay much attention to the details.
Well, we have our friend here with us that's going to teleport us to the Fey Wild as soon as we feel the need to go.
Oh, okay, so he would teleport us out.
Yeah.
And he'll also, yes.
I thought you were talking like Kalen was going to do something with his hands and, you know, make a awkward gang sign, and then we somehow flash into like Master Thalarian's place again.
No, that's a card game, not Dungeons and Dragons. Rock, paper, wizard.
Rock, paper, wizard.
It's a game, IRL, where you flash game signs to cast spells. It's a D&D product. It's funny. It's fun.
Well, Kalen's teleportation's more of when we need to get somewhere like on this plane. So like we have ways out. We would just want to, if we're gonna draw them out, it'd be better to be away from overpopulace. That way we won't get in trouble for drawing them to us and causing a massacre again.
Okay. So, like, should I try sleeping now?
Are you tired?
I mean, no, I've been trancing, so I'm
We could probably wait till later.
Yeah.
quite energetic.
Yeah, sorry, because like based on my notes, I had noted that on the evening of the 39th, so we probably should have started with Volred in his thing. So
Sure.
we can just say that this is the evening of the 39th, and tomorrow will be the 40th, and you guys are discussing this.
Well, I mean, it's about to be nighttime. If you would like to try to sleep now before we decide to all rest, then you can.
But what if the hunt does come here and we're all tired because it's the night? Should I do this in the next morning?
Well, no. I mean, we can simply just teleport out and leave. Have you expended any of your additional attacks at this point? You know, the sneaky ones that need to come back after a long rest?
I don't think I've been in combat lately. I almost forget how that works.
So you've done nothing today.
I don't know why you're interrogating me.
Well, because I've done nothing today as well, which means that I really have no need to really rest at this exact moment. So would you like to sleep?
I'd rather have a spa day, actually.
We can't really have a spa day up here in the mountains unless you found a hot spring. Did you go look for a hot spring that we didn't know about?
No.
There is an underground cavern at the bottom of the waterfall.
And Yandere doesn't know that.
It's gonna take us days to get to.
I know, I'm just saying, but all you guys got to do is just go off the edge of a waterfall, and there you go. Spa day.
I guess the question is more, do you guys want me to go ahead and sleep?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh, well, you should have just said so.
Sorry. I have a
I
question
think that
for
would be
Eric. though.
beneficial.
Do I feel like
Ooh.
I'm going to change again, Eric, or am I just kind of chill?
Yeah.
My skin's getting
Yeah.
kind of itchy, so if you could do that within the next couple hours.
Well, I can try.
Would you like help?
How?
I mean, I heard that concussions help put people to sleep.
I don't think
That was quite a funny joke, and you're not even the funny one.
I don't think that's a safe thing.
Just so I'm caught up, because I didn't hear it. What did he say?
Concussion.
Oh,
I woke up pretty quickly for mine.
that's because you were asleep when you got
Ah,
yours.
so it's like a on-off switch.
Yes.
Head trauma.
Well, I can attempt to sleep, I assume, but in order to make sure that I fall asleep, I need it very quiet, so no talking.
Well, I'm gonna go down the path then.
I can burn some lavender for you in my sensor. Would that help?
Are you talking to me or Zal?
You. You need some additional assistance going to sleep, correct?
What does lavender do?
It helps relax you.
No, I'm okay.
Yandere just kind of sits down next to her. Volbert will probably be sleeping and just kind of sits there.
Okay. And so he's always going to go bear out, be unbearable,
As long as you can bear
bear
with
her
me.
wounds in silence. Yes. While Volred attempts to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yandere will be there watching though.
Cool. So, Volred, would you mind rolling me a wisdom saving throw?
Seven.
7.
Okay. As you kind of,
Does he not get a bonus for being next to Kelmec? I'm assuming we're all in the same general area.
well, I mean, that would only make the save, 11, which is still not great. But,
You never
Would be
know.
10.
The DC could be 10 or 11.
Yeah, suck on that.
well, it's not. It's 12. So, anyway.
DM raises the DC.
No, 12's
Resistance.
pretty standard. Anyway, regardless, as you're kind of sitting there, opening yourself up to the energies of the Fey Wild, you start drifting very quickly, almost like a falling sensation. You become aware of the rush of cold wind running past you, and little stings on the face. As the area around you starts to lighten up a little bit, you find yourself among clouds, dark storm clouds that are kind of rolling around, dumping large amounts of snow and ice onto a frozen tundra. You look before a kind of a shattered landscape with kind of large icy stone mountains that rise up like spines and spikes up along a western and northern front, and largely kind of two web-shaped pieces of land split in half by a winding river that kind of opens up to a mouth of some kind of large gulf in the southeast of the area, populated with shattered lands, massive icebergs, and distant kind of snow melt. Most of the area is kind of barren snow drifts or dense forests. There's a shock as lightning stretches through the area. As thunder continues to roll, and you begin to hear what sounds like the baying of horses mixed into the thunder. As you're kind of glancing around, you start to hear the sound all around you. As you glance off into the clouds, you see groups, lines of spectral horsemen shooting through the clouds. If they seem to notice you, you can't exactly tell. But as you're starting to feel this sense of fear kind of get inside of you, you start to sink, lowering below the cloud bank, as the sounds of distant horses and yelling get louder and louder. Then gravity disappears all entirely, and you plummet towards the earth.
I think technically gravity wouldn't disappear as much as multiply, but continue.
Okay, whatever power was allowing you to ignore the laws of gravity ceases to exist.
Magic.
And you fall.
Thank you for the
Dear
realism.
Lord. Character who's never been to school in his life lecturing me.
He went to private school.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just what they say. You know, his dad basically just signed the paperwork saying, yes, he completed the second grade.
So just like kids these days currently.
Yeah, in some way. So anyway, as you plummet down into the inky black ocean that kind of lays before you, you spot, kind of looking around, little motes of light that kind of stick out through the blizzard. And then in the distance, you hear bells, chimes. And then a booming voice. And then darkness. And you wake up again at the top of Mount Arbot. Still very cold, shivering a little bit. And those of you who watch actually see his lips are a little blue. But otherwise, no worse for wear.
So after kind of looking around for a moment, who do I see in front of me? Is that awake?
Yandre's literally just sitting over you because he doesn't have to like sleep. He's
Yell
just-
back at Yandre at this point, because everyone else would be asleep other than Izal, who's currently doing,
Scamping.
you know, who's who's bearing her best self. Her beast self. Yeah, she's being her beast self.
I'm not laughing because I don't want to promote that kind of behavior.
We're just trying to create a Kodiak moment.
Yeah.
I'm
Grizzly joke, man.
Klondiking these puns.
But what would you do?
I do a lot to a bear. Okay, so Yandere is just probably staring at me, I assume.
Uncomfortably.
You've been
That's
asleep
pretty
for 7 days.
Probably staring at me like I stare at people, but I'm not fazed by this. Hello, Yandere.
Oh, what did you see?
Well, I was in the sky. I was very clearly hovering above the Court of Winter. I could see all the various mountains, the river that seemed to split the lands. There was also a storm at the sky. It seemed as though it was the hunt inside this storm cloud. Horsemen floating through the air, mixed in with the lightning and thunder. A lot of screaming. And then I kind of floated slowly towards the ground, and the screaming got louder, and then I plummeted real fast and everything got dark. I could hear like bells and chimes and some sort of booming voice, and now I'm here.
Were they coming for you?
I don't know. I don't think anyone seemed to like notice me there.
So now we wait.
They seem to be all riled up.
As in, like, upset?
Well, as an action. Like, you know, a bunch of testosterone and screaming and, like, hyped up. Do people in the Fae have testosterone?
I don't know if they call it the same thing. I think there's something similar, but what do you mean by testosterone?
Okay, out of character, do elves have testosterone? Like, how does this work?
I mean, yeah, they do.
Well, I'm not going to get us off track here, but open question. Like, biology is an elf. They could have something else that's not testosterone.
I get it. But you would say they probably have low T compared to humies. They don't build that muscle mass. You know, they're not prone to aggression.
Their features tend to be somewhat androgynous.
Their voices tend to be higher and more effeminate. In the right light, you can't tell a man between a woman.
So do orcs have a lot of testosterone then?
Yeah.
But like all I'm saying is there like a library out there that explains the biology of these different creatures. That's all I'm asking.
You know what? That would be an excellent question for your party's like resident know-it-all. Yeah, adjacent with Jace. Or maybe I should actually create that lore episode, you know? The lore stuff to go in deep into the world building, and we can discuss testosterone levels between the different humanoids.
We'll get the lore episode before we get our floor plan, so I'm not really worried about half of that anyway.
You know what? You might be right there.
Yandere, how long was I asleep?
DM, how long was he asleep?
It's a good question. Let's see here.
I said 7
He was
days.
asleep for about 5 minutes.
You really just kind of closed your eyes and then reopened them, so it wasn't very long at all. As you can see, most of other people have not even wound down for the rest of the night.
Interesting. Quick question that I didn't really think about prior. How are we going to necessarily know if they come back elsewhere?
Well, we won't.
Okay.
The last indication that we had of them coming was you sleeping. So we figured that the test would probably be if you felt that their presence was coming to the material plane, then we would utilize that and take that opportunity to go somewhere else. Particularly the Court of Winter.
So does that mean we should go now?
Did you feel like they were coming to hunt you down? The last time you did.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that was explicitly directed at me, but it was the same level of aggression they showed.
But didn't last time you said that they looked at you directly?
Well, I was like in a group of people. Like, I assume that, like, I don't know if they're looking directly at me. I can't prove that this time.
So do you feel like we should leave now?
I don't know.
Well, then we'll stay.
I don't think we're going to get any confirmation, because the last time as well, they didn't show up where I slept. So who's to tell where exactly they're going to show up? And while we're up here, we don't really... I mean, maybe Caleb could reach out to his dad and see if he's felt a disturbance in the Force.
Good point. You'll see Yandere turn away for a brief second and then send a message to Caleb's dad. And he's just going to simply say, "Hi, this is Yandere, Caleb's friend. We were just curious to see if you had noticed any fluctuations from the Fey Wild, similar to last time, period."
There's a moment and goes, "Well, thanks for reaching out. I haven't noticed anything. Also, in case you don't know, the spell lets me know who contacts me. You don't have to say it."
I'm not going to reply back to him.
That was more of like P.S. It's like if the person knows you, they are aware of who's called. They have caller ID.
So wait, did he say that yes, he hasn't noticed anything?
He hasn't seen anything.
Well, based off of Caleb's dad's response, it doesn't appear that anything has changed yet.
Cool.
So we wait.
This place bores me.
It's unbearable.
Well, do you want to go and... Ooh, that was a quick change. Look at
Hey,
you.
Caleb,
Yeah.
you changed.
It is a little weird that he is under Kelmac and Kelmac is under Caleb, but
Hey, I just want to take a second here to realize how much they actually favor the characters, because like seriously though, Aaron kind of looks like a Caleb, and with Kilmo's long hair, he kind of looks like a Kelmac. If he was blonde, I'm just saying.
that's
It could work out. I would love to see Ari show up, one day with a green jacket and like long red hair for a Halloween episode. Everyone can cosplay as their characters.
okay. Let's just we'll call it that. We'll call it the Halloween episode, and we'll all cosplay as our own characters.
I need a
Yeah,
hard body
assuming the
imagination.
campaign's even going that long.
Hey, listen, you said we're probably going to stop at what, level 16 or so? We still have 4 levels, and it's been 3 years, and we only hit level 12, and I had to beg for level 12. So
That's true. There was some begging.
we got a little bit. We got at least another year before we're done.
You're right. Thank you.
If not,
Thank you, Yandere. I feel so much better about this.
But
Mostly, I'm just trying to give up, some time to give Jace time to fix stuff. Okay. So then, yes. So Volred kind of explains to you his short mental jaunt into what you can assume is the land of winter. Yep.
Yes, Yandere, it was quite the jaunt.
into the land of winter.
Precisely.
Well, great. But I know that we don't need to necessarily spend a lot of time sleeping, so did you want to go check on Izal and see if she's okay in her new bear form and make sure that her dominatrix outfit is still working?
What's a dominatrix?
It's a dominating matrix of leather.
I haven't heard of woven leather be called a matrix before. Is that a new fashion trend?
I would imagine so.
It's an elven word.
It's from,
I wouldn't know that.
well, yeah, if you're, well, you are a little more domesticated. Less domesticated elves know it as dominatrix.
Hmm.
Yep. And when it's really tight, it's called a trinity.
Kind of neo-fashion, really.
Mm-hmm. Neo-elvish.
Really, Morpheus's to the body.
I'm seriously considering chugging these red pills next to me right now. If y'all don't stop this.
Those are just cinnamon Tic Tacs. What are you talking about?
It's not the point.
I wish.
So, yes or no, or did you intend to sleep a little bit more?
We can see how Izal is faring.
Great. Let's go. Yandere will stand up and then place his hand down towards Volred.
You okay?
I grab it.
And Yandere pulls you up.
Well, thank you, Yandere. I was quite capable of that, but appreciate it.
You're welcome. And then I would imagine we're gonna head our way towards where we think this all has gone to.
It's been 5 minutes.
I mean, you had left as soon as he had attempted to sleep. 5 minutes is still out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, I'm probably still just
Especially if
me.
you see something that moves.
I'm gonna chase it.
Yeah, speaking of Izal, how about you roll me a wisdom, or wisdom saving throw in this case.
Okie dokie. I'm so good at these. Everyone knows. Ooh, a 17.
All right. You managed to more or less keep your wherewithal as you as you perform your kind of transformation. You guys arrive just in time for Izal to start the transformation. It seems to stretch out a little bit because she's attempting to maintain mental control. But yep, you guys are able to view that. and see it. And then after kind of a brief period of time, Izal, you're kind of aware that you have stalkers.
The difference between this time and the last time is my clothes are folded. Like, oh no, instead of just being tossed aside, they're just folded into place. I was like, oh, this is uncomfortable. Am I still transforming, or have I, like, weared?
No, you would be, you are a were creature now. The first time is always the longest.
It's not always the same, but
Sometimes it's the fastest.
I just don't know how to keep it. Can I? No, I don't know. Can I talk in were form?
Yes, it's just very deep.
I just look as I'm looking around
takes some
and I
practice.
see them come out there. Just wave at them. Like, hello.
Hello.
Just do a little shrug thing.
Do a little dance.
Her posture is horrible in this form.
I'm just gonna keep staring.
Wait, are you taller or are you the same height?
I'm like a normal sized height person now.
Okay, yeah, explain what we're looking at.
It's just a short bear.
In a bodice.
Like, what's
Short
the
bear wearing some
what's
leather.
that animated? What's that animated bear movie they made?
Brother bear?
No, not animated.
You said animated.
I did say animated.
Is it the Leonardo DiCaprio one?
No, it's
Revenant?
the orange marmalade.
The one with the white powder.
Paddington Bear?
Yeah, Paddington Bear, but like 5'8".
Yeah, you know what? That's not that bad. Probably closer to 6, but I'm not wearing a hat.
And like opposable thumbs instead of just mitts.
I got usable hands. That's what I know.
It is now thoroughly branded inside everyone's brains. Brains. Yes.
I just start going to where my clothes were and picking them up and start walking them back to the cave.
The gift posted is Wereberries all carrying Gorbeck.
Wait, why did she decide to go naked?
Like my regular clothes. I'm still wearing the leather.
Is all?
I turn and look.
So how much do you understand in this form?
Do a hand like, yep, good.
So are
I
you
don't-
nonverbal?
I would just kind of grunt because I don't understand. It feels weird to talk, so I wouldn't grasp that yet. Like, it's making noises at you.
Wait, so it feels weird to talk, or you just like you don't think you can talk?
Like-
is it one of those?
I know I can make noises. They don't sound like me when I'm making them. So like, let's just peek.
She doesn't think they make sense yet.
These probably
Yeah,
aren't
right.
words.
I don't think
What are
Azal
words?
can make sense of this yet.
Well, maybe they're just a little more like touchy-feely now. And so Yandere will walk up and like place his hands on like Izal's cheek since they're like same height at this point.
I'm a regular sized person. It's weird.
Yeah, you're the same height now. Instead of being like,
Slightly shorter.
yeah, you're face front. And I'm like, are you gonna be okay?
Mm-hmm.
You know you can nod your head as well, right?
Ah.
Is the outfit comfortable?
I pinch at like part underneath the arm where it's like pinched up and like there's hair binding there. Like,
Well, is it at least movable? Great. You know what? The only thing that I'm concerned about is whether or not Gorbek is going to try to ride you or not.
Immediately on panic. Where's Gorbek?
He's not here right now, but that should be a point of concern.
I pull out my axe that I had in the back waistband.
Well, that would mean less concern.
Like a big bear smile.
This is quite enthralling.
So you stay, I was gonna say, do you stay like this the rest of the night, or is this like just like a momentary kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. We should head back to camp at least then.
Start walking back again.
Like the bear waddle.
Okay. So you guys make your way back up to the top. As kind of expected, you guys kind of walk in, and Gorbek's like, "It's all."
Mm-hmm.
So if I wanted to become like a werebear, how would that happen?
No.
Well, I mean, realistically, you would simply just be bit by a werebear and get injected with their venom, or poison, or how that works. And then you would wait until the next full moon.
Okay.
But we are not going to make Izalbite. And you will not make Izalbite.
What if I like piss you off?
Hold out my
So,
axe.
Izal has other methods of handling the situation other than just biting you. I would imagine you probably won't like the other methods, though.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Kayla.
Caleb's asleep. You got next week.
It was 5 minutes and he already went out.
Yeah, I was like, Caleb doesn't care. Caleb was tired. He was like, I'm about to pass out. I'm not on first watch. I don't give a shit.
This altitude's really getting to him.
No, this life gets to him.
Yeah. One of his best friends is a bear now. Too much.
Yes!
Well, I was going to let him know that we didn't really get anything from Volred sleeping yet. It doesn't appear that we have sparked any true interest in the Dark Hunt, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't happen. But I guess he can sleep through that.
Does the hunt often just stand around and yell?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if that's their way of preparing to go for the next hunt, if they're just constantly in a state of ruckus, or if it's something that is caused because they are the Dark Hunt instead of the regular hunt. So there's a lot of options there, but I'm not entirely sure what the answer is.
Thanks.
No problem. Just a quick question. If we don't find the hunt tonight, What do we plan on doing tomorrow? The reason why I ask this is Sal is very frustrated that he hasn't had an opportunity to fight in the last couple of fights. And I just want to make sure that he is prepared in case we do go somewhere. So, no jobs, no anything that we can think of at this point?
So we were trying to find the hunt?
We're attempting to see if the hunt is going to be summoned here. And if the hunt does come here, that means that the defenses in the Court of Winter would be weakened, and they wouldn't have the exact opportunity to just call the hunt immediately on our location. So it would be better for the hunt to be here in the Prime versus where we are. Give us another opportunity to be a little safer while traversing the Court of Winter.
How did we keep him here, though? Because didn't, when they came in and killed those people, just like popped up for a minute and then immediately went back?
Correct. But time does work differently on the Prime than it does in the Fey. Remember, we thought we were only gone for a couple of days, and it turned out to be almost a month and some change.
Okay, so if time moves slower...
I wouldn't necessarily put time in a box like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to move slower on our side versus the other side. It just means that it fluctuates in different patterns. So if you intend to calculate time in the Fey versus calculate time in the Prime, a couple of days in the Fey could also just mean a couple of minutes here. As inverse, if we hit a flux, it could be 1 or 2 days in the Fey could mean months here.
So why don't we just go?
Again, we're trying to make it safer for ourselves to traverse in through the Court of Winter, but if you would like to go, I have no hesitation in leaving now.
I mean, I see this is really up to you.
I've made it a point to say that I'm eager to traverse as quick as possible because I want to get this done.
So this whole tent can be resolved.
Tent?
Situation being covered as a whole.
Correct.
Is it Cernos?
Ceranos.
Theranos. Okay, I just want to get it right.
DM, quick clarifying question. The Dark Hunt and the regular hunt function as two separate technical entities, correct? Or are they
Two sides of the same coin, but yes, you would not encounter both at the same time. But the rules for one are not the rules for the other.
Okay, because my curiosity lies on whether or not Yandere would recognize if the horn that is currently being kept by the Pumpkin King is also the same horn that would summon the Dark Hunt versus the regular hunt.
From what you would know is that the Dark Hunt is something... Actually, I guess in your case, yes and no. Ceranos could lead either hunt with the horn. The Pumpkin King, however, would not be able to. And that's because the Pumpkin King is of the realm of Autumn, so he would only have access to the Wild Hunt, whereas the Dark Hunt is something completely different. So the Pumpkin King could not do. Queen Mab, on the other hand, could summon the Dark Hunt.
Because she is from the Court of Winter. But does she have to use the same horn in order to summon the Dark Hunt? My question is do I have any inkling or understanding that there may be possibly two different horns, or is it the same horn, just two different entities?
Based on your reading, it's hard to say exactly, because as far as you are aware, there is one horn of the hunt. But that doesn't mean that there aren't stories of other horns that might exist that would call one or both. Not to control them the way the horn of the hunt does, but at least to summon them.
Okay, but if the hunt is active, I have not. It's basically like Peter Parker and Spider-Man. If the hunt is active, I will not see the dark hunt because they're technically the same entity. Okay. Okay. Sorry, that was just a clarifying question.
That's fine.
But Yandere will look over at Volred and just say, if the need is to leave now and just to simply accomplish the mission, it might be difficult, or at least a little more tumultuous if we leave now without the hunt being summoned. But I don't think that it would be impossible. Though my goal is to simply complete my task, doesn't mean I don't care about your safety.
That's nice.
Is there I'm sure there is a planar binding spell that exists that will lock an entity into a plane. But would we be able to...
Calum is asleep. Do you plan to wake him up?
Would we be...
I go over and I pick up Caleb.
No, don't wake him up. Ah, damn it.
Caleb was picked up by a werebear that he's only seen once.
With it.
Yeah, that would be enough to wake you up, Caleb, unless you don't want to be.
Caleb took a Xanax. Nothing's waking his ass up.
He cast the sleep spell on
Hang on a
himself.
second.
Just cast it like 3rd level.
I'm going to do an intelligence check to see if he recognizes Izal. And
Also, remember, it's dark in here.
I'm doing disadvantage. Shut up.
Everyone else here has dark vision.
He's got dark vision.
I have dark vision.
Oh, that's true.
Holy Toledo!
Did you roll shit?
I am.
Oh my
No.
god, double natural 20?
I'm just a regular alarm clock to you. This is nothing impressive.
Yeah, so that's an instance where
Yeah,
you're
sorry,
sitting here
that's
holding
the
Simply know
Caleb.
exactly who it is.
Yeah,
Oh, it happened.
go
Caleb,
back to
there's
the
no
yacht.
grogginess, there's no squirming. Caleb's eyes just open, looking right at you. Yeah.
He's
Oh, yeah,
like-
go on.
Yes.
That's kind of turn you to face everyone else who's awake and planning.
And this is odd because, like, Izal's not a massive bear, so Caleb actually still looks really large in her hand.
I am literally no stronger than I was before.
That's true, because you're already stronger than werebears.
I'm just slightly taller and a lot more hairy.
Why is everybody still awake?
It's been 20
Why
minutes.
are you carrying me like a baby?
You fell asleep relatively quickly.
Well, yeah, because everybody was going to sleep.
Gorbeck over in the corner. Ooh, I get to ride her next.
Well, we were talking about possibly leaving for the Fey Wild, but didn't want to wake you up. But apparently Izal just thinks that it was okay and better to just wake you up in this exact moment.
So did Red not sleep?
Red did sleep. He slept for approximately like 5 minutes.
So he took a cat nap.
Well, We don't sleep normally, so he had a relatively vivid dream, but it just didn't last as long as yours does.
Okay. Is that the same way it was last time?
I don't know. I didn't watch him last time.
Alright. So,
Caleb,
yes?
can we planar bind the hunt as a group?
As a group? No.
He's a child.
The binding spell that you're thinking of would be for an individual. You would
I like where this is
bind
going.
an individual or elemental or fey, and it would more then be subservient to you if they failed. And that generally lasts about 24 hours.
So the immediate thought is, can we bind and or subjugate the leader of the hunt? To
Theoretically, yes, but with a spell like that, it takes time to cast, and generally it's about an hour. You would have to keep them contained for an hour.
oh yeah, no, impossible.
So, if we're in a situation of seeing the hunt, that would completely negate that. Now, if we were to summon just the leader here, which we could do, but again, you would be summoning the leader here, and we'd have to keep him contained for an hour.
Well, my thought process behind that was the hunt follows, and if you are able to take him out, then they are much less deadly and organized as would happen if you took a leader out. But the act to do that, I think with someone of his caliber, is not very doable. So it was a thought that I like to have an answer to, and I got my answer, and I will renege that thought.
So, are we going to the Fey Wild now?
What time is it? It's like just nighttime, right?
Yep.
Because also, if we go now and we don't sleep, we will all be exhausted.
We should sleep. Well, I mean, I already did, but the rest of you who have to do that kind of thing should probably sleep.
And then we leave in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
You can put Caleb down now, he's all.
Just gently put him down exactly in the bed, parallel with the ground.
Little bedroll.
Tuck him in.
All my characters can do this one thing that I wish I could do: fall asleep instantly.
Depends on how tired you are.
Well, I will take first watch. That way the rest of you can sleep. Well, is all. I don't know how you sleep in that form. Do you? You don't? So are you going to be up all night?
I was like sleeping most of the day yesterday. I don't get a lot of sleep at night.
Well, are you going to be exhausted in the morning? Can you at least try to lay down and rest?
Go waddle over to an area. Pouting.
Yandere will take first watch, so that way everybody can sleep.
Okay.
Take a second.
So, yeah, take a watch. Okay. All right. Your watch persists without any issues. Who is going after you? Kamak! Roll me a perception check.
Why do I have to roll a perception check?
Because you're actually in the night.
I had dark vision. Oh, cool. Not bad. 18.
18. Okay. You hear off like in some distances, like you can spot kind of Izal, making around and getting a little restless. At some point in the night, she kind of walks out, and you hear the distant cries of something dead or dying. She comes back not too long later. A little bit of pigmentation change on her axe. But that's pretty much the only thing that happens. And so with that, were you guys going to split it up into a third shift? Or are you guys just going to go 4 and 4?
We can just go 4 and 4.
Okay. So,
I'm on and
the-
off sleeping the entire night, basically.
Yeah.
Restless like
and yep, the sun rises on the 40th. Yeah. So the day is kind of up to yours. You kind of feel the lethargy moving into your body, Izal. You can take that exhaustion.
You alright?
I would be sleeping like next to somebody else because it's cold now. Because I have no fur.
Or clothes, really.
Closer. I just kind of passed
You're
out.
basically just wearing armor.
You, feeling any better?
Come back, what you want?
You're the one waking up.
No.
I don't want anything. You can go back to sleep.
I'm awake.
Go back to sleep.
I am always awake.
You know, I'll watch the sunrise come over the mountains.
Fair enough.
I'll let everyone have a nice snooze.
Yep, but morning, I mean, at this point, is coming. He's all. I guess you guys are gonna wait till he's all able to get in 8 hours.
I can do whatever. Okay.
I mean, I would wait till Isal has time to rest.
I'm okay with that.
Ooh, wake up at the crack of 11.
Crack of noon.
The crack of noon.
Better than having 2 points of exhaustion.
No, I'm fine. It's sleepy time.
Okay. Yep. Then after some time, you're able to kind of get some sleep, a long rest to kind of take care of that exhaustion. But it's kind of late morning at this point in time.
What time is it?
Probably like brunch time.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Where are you going? The hunt? Go kill the hunt. Or stop it.
Can you fight the hunt?
I can fight anybody.
At this moment, Volred kind of pops up, sort of like Kim Kardashian behind some bushes, and is like, "Did someone say brunch?"
Get the mimosas, let's go.
I got some bread.
I'll start cooking some food. Let's get some breakfast. Did y'all already eat?
No.
Some jerky and bread.
I would say Caleb would have cooked to have you all wake up to.
What a
That
gentleman.
way she's not the one waking up last and then cooking for everybody.
You've already tried to let Kelmac cook for everyone, and that is...
His military prison cooking.
Hardtack.
We have
You
real
ever had
ingredients.
hardtack soaked in water?
I threw it
We
away.
had meat. Not anymore.
For hundreds of pounds of meat, and you went with that. Okay. Thank you, Caleb. I'm sorry, I just feel tired lately. I don't think
It's dense in nutrients.
this whole bear thing at night's working out right now.
You should probably break up.
But other than being tired, I'm good.
Thankfully, that doesn't happen every night. Otherwise, it would cause it. But it happens once every month, or once or twice every month.
Happens for a few days every month.
That's why I said once or twice every.
I just gotta get my schedules lined up. That way I don't have any issues.
We just gotta remember to go to the Fey Wild every single time a full moon happens.
Well, we might hit their full moon, and then that's
Hit their full
Fey
moon,
work.
come back, hit our full moon.
Just because of time-wise.
How about this?
You'd skip
Let's
the month.
destroy all the moons.
All right, blow up the moon, guys.
Heard it.
Moon
Next
side
question,
no.
blow up the moon.
No, don't be blowing stuff up.
It's a lot of effort. Or take this wolf's bane. Nah, blow up the moon. All right, guys, let's go. Did we get attacked? Anything happen?
Nope.
You killed something.
Oh, that explains the blood on me. It,
Do you remember going after something? A squirrel,
it had
perhaps?
more than 2 legs, and as far as I'm concerned, that's all that really matters.
Did it say words?
Ah, maybe. It was kind of blurry, and I was tired. Now,
How often is this going to happen to you?
I don't
Every
know.
full moon.
For how many days? Is it just a singular night?
I don't know how often it does it. The whole wear thing is dependent on all kinds of factors.
Well, this is the second night in a row that it's happened.
Yeah, but I'm not going around murdering. Well, I'm not going around murdering things that don't need to be murdered.
Well, I have a question. Did you just go to sleep when you turn into a werewolf?
No, it's just like getting really drunk and you're on autopilot.
So blacking out.
More like browning out.
What kind of bear? What kind of bear does this all turn into? Is it a blonde bear?
It's like a golden brown color.
Yeah, kind of like a honey blonde grizzly.
Yeah.
Goldilocks grizzly. Goldilocks bear.
Great. So we've had time to rest. We
Had some food.
Caleb,
Yes.
where's your friend?
Referring to?
Corvac.
I don't know. He was
That
here
is-
last night whenever
Who was on
was
Gorbeck
he here
duty?
last night?
He has to ride. Is all.
Damn it.
That's right.
I vaguely remember a threat.
We threatened him for you by proxy.
Go back dead.
Oh shit, did I kill him? Fuck.
I just
Do I
kind
see
of
his
look
back
in the
anywhere?
general.
I'm gonna go run and
Oh.
follow the trail of blood. 1 second, I'll be back. I gotta check something real quick.
Do I see where he slept?
Gorback? Yeah, you see that general area. His stuff is still present. And then like Izal, you're kind of coming, you're running, kind of rushing, following the trail. And yeah, you're looking around. You see Gorbeck. He's just kind of down the pathway a little bit, looking like he's stacking some stones and just playing around, doing stuff. He's kind of acting like one of those kids that's like super bored and is just wandering around being destructive.
Oh, I see the blood trail goes somewhere else. Like, it wasn't him. Okay. Go back up. Gorbeck's down by the river. He's alive.
What is he doing?
Dad fucking around and finding out.
Did he find out, or is he about to find out?
Probably about. He looked very healthy, so.
Not
Did you
far.
tie a rope to him to make sure he doesn't go down the river?
No, I'm not on Gorbeck in the morning. It's someone else's job.
Well, I took watch, so
Ah, fuck, then
I'm
it's
not
on
gonna
me.
go
Hold
forward,
on.
so
No, it's
he
on
goes
me
back.
if he took watch. I go back down. Gorbeck!
Kind of like, ah,
We're about to fade teleport, maybe. Let's. Come on.
okay. Kind of making his way back up.
Did you see any dead bodies while you were out here?
No. Should I?
We're good. Alright.
So, you guys gather your shit and prepare for Fey teleportation.
Yeah. Right? Ready to go?
yeah,
I'm good.
put on a winter cloak.
Get out my sending stone. Hey, Maldrazath, we're about to go to another plane for a little bit. Did anything get attacked while we were asleep? I used my sending stone to Maldrazath.
Yeah. There's a moment. Just
Yes, the whole countryside.
there is no indication that anything has happened. I would let you know if something did. I am curious when your next quest is.
We're good.
Cool. Ugh. But Jerky's not staying down well.
Like, if Maldra's ass wants to contact me, he can use his sending stuff.
Fair enough. So, yeah, you guys have got your stuff together. It's like ready to go. Sitting there up in that little fortress up at the top of the mountain.
Ooh, who's Yandere? Which Yandere is Yandere today?
Well, nobody mentioned anything about having to do anything today until this morning, so it's still spring Yandere.
Hey,
Rough, Sal. Rough.
I'll wave at Reggie.
Yandere looks over his shoulder and sees Reggie there and sees him just like... And he looks over at Yandere and like, I guess Zal can see and hear this at this point. And he's like, it is incredibly weird that she can see me at this point. It's almost as if I have to make eye contact with her every time.
I'm like,
And I don't
diverting
like
my eyes now. Like,
Yandere's just like, Zal, you're weirding him out.
I'm sorry.
Can you just go back to pretending as if like you don't see him?
I'll try. Do I also see this? Because Caleb always says that ghost wizard is always out. Is his ghost wizard always out, or is it just in his book? I don't know.
Do I hear this interaction between Izal and him?
You hear Izal
Yeah.
saying
to a
something,
ghost?
and then Yandere is saying something. But everyone can see Malor when he's out.
Yeah, Mailer's always out. You can always see him. Can Malor see him?
That's what I was like, Malor, can you
Malor
see?
cannot. No, quite frankly. Up until the time you said that you were able to see these individuals, I just assumed Yandere was crazy. No offense.
Is he out now?
Yeah.
Well, back he's always out, but I don't always have to. I always look at it as Malor is out unless it's obvious that having a weird glowing ghost guy following your party would be a bad thing.
That's fair.
So I don't call attention to it unless someone calls attention to it.
Yandere just looks over his shoulder again. Apparently they just think I'm crazy. And I'm not just talking to someone.
Well, in my defense, I've known other people who have said they were able to contact other spirits, and most of them were either crazy or... Well, there was one time where a person was actually talking with the devil,
You've met Miss
but
Cleo.
he became a homicidal sociopath, so...
So you met Miss Cleo.
No. At least I don't think so.
Mask of
She used to
faces.
visit the mausoleum a lot.
Well, that's quite fine. I'm not entirely sure what... keep in mind, when last I was alive, that was some 300 years ago, so... things were... Actually, I was going to say they're a little different back then, but the truth is, things haven't honestly changed that much in the last 300 years.
Names, faces.
Well, yes, and people are still generally assholes, and governments still desire power. The only thing that's really changed is that, Athoria seems to have gotten worse, and Ashgar seems to have gotten better.
Hell yeah.
Great. Are we ready to go?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sad
Is that right?
Oh no.
Kelmac, is there some hesitancy?
He's all heavy thoughts.
I'm just smiling.
Is it a thought of violence, he's all?
I mean, that's just a hobby.
I would ask, since we know there is a great chance of us fighting, that if we do run into some enemies in the Court of Winter, that you allow me to
Negotiate?
no, deal the final blow
Ooh.
on a couple, at least.
I mean, like the coup de grace part or the knock them out part?
No, the kill them part.
Oh, de grace.
At least a couple.
It's Elvish for final blow.
I will do my best, even. But if they get a little dicey in there, I can't promise.
Well, I mean, if it's do or die, then obviously you do what you need to do. But if there's an opportunity, I would just ask that you allow me to complete the task.
You got it.
Thank you. Well,
I will do it in time.
you see Yandere start to don on some like heavy winter clothes,
Okay.
the ones that were purchased.
Oh, it's gonna suck if it's the moon there.
Ooh, wait, DM.
There's a lot of shit I gotta take off.
The Court of Winter is like almost always nighttime from my like
It's
reading
got
and stuff.
some day. It's got some day, but
Long nights.
long
That's
nights,
what
yeah.
Alaska does during like the winter. It just kind of goes beep.
So, like, are we getting ready to run the gambit here of possibly just always being around where Bear is all?
We ran that
I
risk last
suppose
time.
it's possible, but then again,
No,
that
see,
would
now you give
only
them
make
thoughts.
Izal like, blend
Taller.
in more.
I would be an animal.
Yeah, you'd be a Therianthrope, just like half the population of the Fey Wild.
Cool.
Well, Yandere would have gotten dressed at this point and is ready to go. I have to run to the restroom.
No.
Caleb
He
is
has to
drunk.
tinkle.
They're gonna talk
Indeed.
Sylvan to me, and I'm not gonna understand a damn word they say.
You know, it's like that just happened to Kelmac.
Caleb's going to get dressed, and then he's going to cast Endure Elements on himself.
Okie dokie.
Like when you go somewhere and they speak Simish at you, and you're just like,
Excuse
Sure,
me,
yeah.
it's Simlish.
Baratao.
just
Baba
like
Ganoush.
sure, yeah.
Ota!
Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Oh
I
lord.
think I just insulted them.
Why are you
Okay.
running? They're chasing after me with torches and pitchforks.
What you
So
do?
your
I-
guess is good as mine.
I smiled, I shook their hand, I said Baba Booey. It should be good.
Baba Booey means I'm gonna burn your village down. How was I supposed to know? I don't speak Fey.
Well, they got all the torches. How am I going to do that?
I don't think Fey is a specific language.
Sylvan is. That's like saying Chinese instead of Mandarin.
Or Cantonese.
Yeah. Kelmac.
I was thinking the same thing,
You know
yeah.
what? You know what? Make Kelmac learned then. Or else he will just be ignorant
Nah,
that there is
we've
a
tried.
difference between referring to languages of the Fae as Sylvan.
It'd be like if a British person was talking about a bottle of water, and you're just like, I'm sorry, I don't speak European.
I don't speak traitor.
I'll speak loser.
Oh wow, did you just call Brits losers?
That's right. Scoreboard, people.
I mean, they did kind of Brexit, so
They beat themselves.
they lost that one.
They've lost just about every conflict.
I don't know. I think they did all right in World War II.
They had a good winning streak going for a while, then it kind of...
Winston
They had a good
Churchill, which of
turtle
course
streak.
is a great man that Britons just love to hate. So, I don't know.
What are you doing?
We are waiting for you guys to decide how you're going to travel to the Fey Wild.
Get dressed
We,
for the Fae.
We're gonna try to-
I'm slowly putting my winter clothes on.
How are you getting there?
we have the
So-
dude with us still.
No, we gotta call him. He's over in the other plane. You just gotta yell real loudly.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you gotta speak his name.
Kizarak, you piece of crap, get over here.
There's a bit of a flutter, flame. He goes, hey, the name's Kazirik,
Eh,
asshole.
you got me there. I did say
Hey, regardless. So you answered to it.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's because I was wait. Shit. Okay. Alright. So I guess you guys are ready to go?
Well, I gotta change in my notes how your name's pronounced.
Anyway, so where am I taking you losers?
Where hell froze over.
That's called Kaidas, and I was pretty sure that's not where I'm supposed to take you, but if that's where you want to go, I'll take you there.
Nah,
No
the-
problem.
The elf version of where hell froze over.
Well, there's a lot of the Dread Realms of Delight, so
Get zero contact clues with you. We're going to the Fey Wild. The Winter Court,
Court of Winter.
pros-
be
preferably.
I think that's
Okay.
called Baltimore.
Okay.
South Dakota.
I see where we're going.
North
Alright,
Dakota.
should be easy enough then.
Specifically, the far western side of North Dakota that actually has trees. Or the north border by Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, fuck the Canadians. I'm from hell, so.
Yep. You heard it here first.
Clip it.
Our team hates the Canadians.
Timestamp.
Yeah. Freaking people from Arcadia, man, I'm telling you. That's where all the elves come from. They cause lots of problems.
Just dig
So-
yourself a fantasy racist barrel. Oh, I hear her.
Hey, Arcadia is an actual plane. Or Canada.
Our Canada?
Okay.
It's like Arkansas.
Yeah, there's a place, a kingdom called Canada that's in Arcadia. No one ever goes there. So, yeah, so I guess, alright. So taking you to the Fey Wild, Court of Winter. Cool. So, I guess let's just go then. Okie dokie. And he'll go ahead and cast Plane Shift. And let's see here. I would have had Yandere do it, but instead, Caleb, would you roll me a d12, good sir?
Eight.
Okay. So, as this happens, Kazirik goes, snaps his fingers, the spell of plane shift erupts. You feel as though you're sucked in through a straw, and then you spin around as light, and you're instantly assailed with cold as you go. I mean, you guys are at the top of the mountain, so it's still, kind of chill, but to like freezing temperatures. And then all of a sudden, you fall face first into a thick snowdrift. Cold just radiating the top half of your body as a strong wind is pulling at the cape of your back. As that happens, Kazirix kind of starts hovering around going, oh shit, it's cold. Alright. Whew. Bye guys, let me know if you need something. And snaps his fingers, and he's gone.
So how cold we talking?
It is down, you would have to guess, like in the 20s Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay. But you said strong wind.
Yes.
What's that wind chill, though?
Feels like -3.
Yeah.
Just
What-
an
what's our-
average day up
Feels
here.
like no weather.
What's our dew point in humidity?
It
That's
is
what kills
cold
ya.
enough that Caleb is presently the only one not at risk of damage.
What the fuck were these clothes for?
You were told
We're
they're
not getting instantly
We dropped
damaged.
in a fucking blizzard.
How
Yeah.
is how is okay?
Yeah. No, even Yandre told you, it's like, you guys will be fine unless you get caught in a blizzard.
And we got
Caleb,
caught.
dome it up.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm fine.
I'm gonna punch you, then we'll see if you're fine.
Drop concentration. Yeah, even
It's
though
not
it's not.
concentration.
Don't fall asleep, you'll
Also,
never wake up.
Actually,
I will
quick
start
point of
Shit.
order, Caleb. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if maybe I just didn't write it this way in 5th edition, but I'm fairly certain that Endure Elements can target multiple people.
That'd be funny as shit.
Let me check.
Just targets himself only, just out of spite. Yeah, oh, it can. Fuck you guys, though.
Oh, yeah, it is only one creature, isn't it?
Range is self or target?
It's
Between
touch.
-50 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit without having to make fortitude saves.
What happens when you upcast it?
There's no benefit to upcasting.
What? This spell
Well, because we
sucks.
just directly ported 3rd edition. I'll
Well,
let
here's-
you.
Okay.
I'll
here's the
let you
thing,
affect
I
an
asked-
additional target because we didn't put it in here. I don't think.
Say that again.
Well, I'm saying I will let you upcast, like target one additional person for each level of the spell you go up, if you want, because that is something that probably would have happened in 5th edition.
Jeez.
But that's up to you.
How much money do I have?
Previous
And we were
editions,
saying it
there's
was
some
1,000 gold each time for a first level spell.
By the
Oh,
way,
so
Ari,
you're
we,
thinking as
to do
part of your
permanency?
extended permanency? Okay.
we teleported right into a blizzard in the Court of Winter.
Because I had previously talked to you about this. And you said
That's true.
that
You did.
Endure elements would not protect against a blizzard, but you're saying now it does.
Well, it would, so it doesn't protect you against cold damage. So
Okay.
so there are blizzards in the Fey Wild here in the Court of Winter that
That would get
deal
bad
cold
enough where-
damage.
Okay.
That would get bad enough, but not in the place that you guys are at.
Okay. Then yes, I would say I would like to do that, but I do not have 1,000 gold per individual.
Well,
1,000 gold.
That's up
if
to
someone wants to cough up 1,000 gold, you can get permanency Endure elements, to where you don't take damage right this second.
If we needed more money, I could have brought more money.
well, the deal is Caleb. We're
I would've done
basically
that
saying
stepwise.
Caleb would have offered, in part of this extended preparation, anyone who wants to do this could do it. The question is since we didn't talk about it beforehand, a quick retcon, was anyone willing to take Caleb up on his offer prior to the trip?
Okay, so what does this do?
So endure elements allows you to exist comfortably in negative 50 to 140 degrees.
For how long?
He's
Forever.
using it as permanency. It would be permanent.
Oh, yeah, okay, duh.
Yeah. Unless someone specifically targets the spell with, like, dispel magic or something. But
Well, it would have to
Or-
be a general dispel, and it would randomly hit this one, or they would have to specifically target endure elements if
Right.
you have something else on top.
Yeah.
Because dispel only removes one magical.
Yeah.
So 2 people.
Yandere.
Okay.
I'm gonna tough it out. Also, I'm poor.
Well, you also have resistance to cold damage, don't you?
No, that's the other more.
Oh,
because he
different-
decided not to be a Moradun dwarf.
Zellas are not
Albert.
Mordoon dwarves
They're hill dwarves.
who
So-
live in Mordoon out of spite.
Izal and Telmac would both be exposed.
We're tanks. We can do it.
Okay.
So I will
What the health
remove
pool look
1,000
like?
gold off myself as well.
200.
Yeah, that's fine. And so you guys would have noticed when Caleb cast that permanency spell on those of you who took it, you guys bear some kind of what looks like a tattoo. On one side it's a snowflake, on the other side it's the sun. And you can have that wherever you want.
That was not part of the deal. They back out immediately.
Grant stand.
Dispel.
Like, I refuse.
On my balls.
Oh.
I'm not
Suck.
touching that.
Suck these seasonal nuts.
Now the sun shines there for sure.
You know what?
Buddy.
This was derailing. So, yes,
Wasn't my fault.
you guys, as you kind of stand up and feel this blizzard kind of rolling in, yes, so there's fierce snowstorms that are rushing through this area. What, as far as you guys can
Rushing.
see, which is kind of limited in size, you just see these rolling hills of white powder. Occasionally you see some rocky... Oh, God. Yeah, with these groups. Occasionally you guys see some rocky outcroppings that look as though they might give you some brief respite from the storm. But other than that, this place looks pretty barren. Think like the Arctic or Antarctica, just never-ending white.
So North Dakota in the middle of a really bad winter.
Yeah,
If you would have been here, it would just less trees.
oh, I know. My mom has. She used to manage people who put up cell towers, and they did stuff like up there in Alaska and stuff. And she's had people freeze to death trying to put up those cell towers because they get like caught up in the tower when there's a storm and they can't leave and they just freeze to death up at the top of the cell phone tower. It's horrible.
Jesus,
As
you
your laugh.
could have stopped.
I mean,
No one asked for this story, Eric. What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying. It happened.
Jeez, man.
Like that
You're a
happened.
monster.
I am the devil
Anyway,
now.
back to us freezing to death with tramp stance.
Well, some of you anyway.
Tramp stand.
I recommend shelter as soon as possible.
I'm good.
I know you're good, and they're good. I just did not think we would be dropping into a blizzard.
We could dome up for a little bit.
To be fair,
Definitely.
the place is called the Court of Winter. Meaning that
Understandably.
it's going to be winter and very cold.
And a court.
So, do we want to get our bearings about ourselves and just kind of wait for the storm to die out?
I feel fine.
I am also okay, but we managed to acquire additional protections along the way, and Kelmac has not done that.
We should probably stay until this passes over.
Yeah, because any type of travel will be just going in circles.
Correct. Okay. Caleb, would you mind?
Start casting the dome.
I'll help
Okay.
try to block some wind away from Caleb so he can focus. But I'm small.
Tries
If you
casting the
transform-
spell, a giant plume of snow blows up in his face.
Does he's all realize she can transform at will yet?
I don't know I can speak.
She hasn't tried that.
I don't know I can speak as a werebear. No.
That's fair. That's fair. It's gonna be a rage moment.
It's going to be last session. That's what will happen.
You're gonna rage, and then you're gonna ultra rage into a bear.
Sweet.
bear.
Ultra violence.
So yeah, we'll I'll cast the dome,
Dome, sweet
and
dome.
make it white
Why?
because then it'll just
Why?
blend in. And then all the snow will get compact on top of it, and then we're like, fuck.
And then when we have to drop the spell, we have an igloo.
Just go outside the dome and compact it on top of it. It's a perfect build.
That is one way to build an igloo, I guess.
Like those cement homes.
Okay. So, you guys dome up for
I
a
had to
time?
design an AC system for an Adobe dome home.
Like a rock.
It's a lot more difficult than you think it is.
It's making it of Adobe.
It was
Okay.
circular, and they
So,
wanted.
You
mini
guys
sports everywhere.
dome up. After about an hour, you guys notice the blizzard start to slow and then just continue with consistent snow drift. And within about another hour after that, that starts to slow into just a light trickling of snow. But the sun is starting to kind of peek out a little bit from place to place around the clouds. You guys can kind of see it as the dome, now covered in snow, gets slightly illuminated from the sun, kind of hitting the snowdrift every once in a while. But it is, even for those of you who don't have Endure Elements, it is surprisingly warm in here. Also with the help of the dome.
I'll
It looks as if we can properly move now.
like run outside the dome, like right into the snow to try to compact it and make like a walkway so Caleb can get out. Because once Caleb leaves, it drops. So I'm just making a walkway for him to get out of it by running into it repeatedly.
About how thick is the snow on top of us?
Probably only about 2 feet. So once the dome kind of goes, it goes. You guys get a little
It's
bit
good.
buried, but
2 feet is going to be pretty fucking heavy.
That's why I
So-
wanted to make a walkway for you to get out flat.
I know,
Well, no,
but
I
the
was
dome
planning
is,
on
is,
taking
is
y'all
like a
and just
10-foot
stepping out.
semicircle.
But-
So like, yeah. But what I'm saying is, you have a 10-foot semicircle, right? So you
Yeah.
got like 10 feet wide, 5 foot tall. So once the snow actually collapses, it's not enough to like really bury you unless you were unprepared.
Do you know how much 2 feet of snow weighs?
Oh, it's heavy. I
It
know.
would be uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to help us all create a walkway out of the dome and up to the top
I
of the
have,
snow.
I have no magic that can help with this. I can't create heat of any kind. It's just me brute forcing my way.
Oh, well, Yandere would also remind you that casting fire spells is not smart here. So we don't want to do that.
Awesome. Brute force it is. You know, it's not that bad when it's not a freaking blizzard.
I've never been here, so no, I don't know if it's bad or not.
Kinda homey.
I use my shield like a shovel.
Fair enough.
Dig a hole through.
Yeah, you guys are able to get yourself out of the snow without too much effort.
Don't you point your way like you're smart. I have an adamantine axe that will never be dulled or broken. I will pickaxe my way through. I don't care.
It's not even ice. It's just snow. Just
Yeah.
as I'm like shoveling like chunks out, just shovel.
It's an
As I'm
axe.
having to like squat, stoop because it's 5 foot tall.
All right, do we know where we're going? Is there a north we're heading for? Is it east?
Let me look at my notes.
Did he ever give you that detailed map of the coordinates?
No, the DM didn't give me the map to help me out with this.
Darn, he didn't fall
Question.
for it.
For Eric. Does Volred being back in the Fey Wild give him any sort of advantage of being one with the Fey?
That's up to you. If you would like to make a survival or nature roll, you might be able to glean some information about as to where you are.
I'll do nature. What does a 7 do?
It could be
Okay.
a 10.
It could be worse, you know.
Could it be
So-
worse?
Yeah, it could definitely
7
be
worse.
Could have rolled a 1. Yeah, could have gotten eggs. You kind of reach out a little bit, and you're like, okay, all right, this place is weird. And you do feel something. You get a sense as you kind of reach out that there's like it's bizarre. It's almost like this section of the Court of Winter is like reaching out and going, "Oh, hey, happy to have you. So nice, shiny, sunshiny day." But yet you still feel cautious, as if you feel that this place is like nice and shiny on top, but super deadly underneath. It's just kind of the general feel that you get. However, you do sense kind of a locus of power due north. You also feel what seems like a locus of power to the west of you. And bizarrely, some kind of entity that you're not entirely sure what it is to the east of you.
I'm going to explain that to Yantre.
Yeah, I'm still looking for my notes on where everything is, because I don't have a map. So you said there was an entity to the north, an entity to the east, and then where?
Yeah. Well, he feels like locuses of power, like sections that have lots of power in them, to the north and west. And he also feels a presence of like an entity to the east.
So the northwest, forest with a rundown temple and altar. So the Veil of Mist, that would be where the Dark Hunt resides. So that would probably be the northwestern entity that you feel, that locust of power. To the east, is it northeast or is it just like straight east?
East. I thought you meant west.
From where you guys are at, it's like due east.
Due east. The only thing I can remember from notes is probably if we're in the northern part of the continent at this point, it would be Ice Crown. Travel to the city near. I mean, there's a possibility it could be Frosthold, but the stuff that I have to the northeastern side is Ice Crown, and then the Veil of Mist. And those are the notes that I have so far. Well, so we know we need to avoid the Veil of Mist. So I would say if he's feeling some kind of energy towards the east, it's possibly Ice Crown or Frosthold. And so those would be two locations that we would probably want to start heading our way towards. So I would say east. Was there a third locus of power somewhere else?
Not that he felt.
Okay.
Roll.
I would say we probably need to head to the east and avoid the northwest because we do not want to run into the Veil of Mist. Might also be Frost Veil to the east.
And we want Frostvale?
Frostvale is ran by Jack Frost. Prince Frost. There's
We want Frostvale.
Yeah, we want to go
Frost
visit that twig.
Fell. Yeah, Frost Fell. And then there is Frost Vale, which is a sea on the eastern.
You know what, DM? I've posted all of my notes in the chat and I asked you to correct any typos and none of it has been looked at. So you're saying Frost Vale is the sea and then Frost, what is the actual settlement?
Frost Fell.
Frost
Like-
Fell.
Like, yeah, like Winterfell, but Frost Fell.
I fell down. I can't get up.
Fell down.
And that's governed by Jack Frost. Prince Jack Frost.
Yeah.
Did we ever determine what direction Santa's demi-plane was?
You know it is in the forests that lie on the western end. The Everfrost Wood.
Okay. Everfrost Wood. Yeah, so I would tell Volred after he disseminates that information that we're going to go to the east. That'd be our best bet because if we go north, we run the risk of running into the the hunt. So
Okay. Well then, Eric, I am going to be continually aware of my sixth sense with the Fey. So if something... Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm not wanting to ask you every 30 seconds if anything has changed. So if something pops up, I just assume you're going to be like, oh, hey, Volred, like, you noticed a feeling.
Yeah, you're gonna
I've
use
got a
your.
feeling.
You're just saying you want to use your passive Faceception.
Yes, and I want to also point out if there are any portals that I come across.
Okay.
Pretty sure his passive faceception's a 7. We determined that in the last two
I mean,
attempts.
it's probably not that good.
Well, that should reset at some point, right? So I should get to roll it here in a little bit again, right?
Sure. Yeah.
It's fine.
In
Both
fact,
times you rolled
That
a 7 today.
didn't sound very reassuring there, DM.
My spell DC is a 9.
I'm just
You have
gonna.
a spell DC?
I cast spells sometimes.
What, ascending?
No. That's why my
Message?
That's why my stuff is 8-bit and like a gargled radio. It's real easy to determine. Oh, this is yeah. Sounds like you're through a McDonald's drive-through.
Who is that?
No idea.
Yeah?
All right.
I didn't order fries.
This was a gas station.
I didn't even know they made fries here.
Should we hit break, Eric? Seems like a good time.
Yeah, actually, we can go ahead and hit break.
All right.
Just by the way, Full Red, I just added 2 custom skills to your character sheet. So,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so in the future, if you need to roll these, we'll just use these as skill checks.
Ooh, I didn't do that for RD for my game. For alcoholism.
I could try to do it.
Ooh. Face sense and portal sense.
All right, see you all in 15 minutes as we get back for the adventures in Athoria. Be right back.
Yeah, goodbye. It was nice knowing. Murder.
Your hat disappeared, Eric.
Oh, hey guys. How goes?
Why your hat like that?
Your hat's gone.
A hat gone.
Oh, it's back now.
No, man. My head just got so it got destroyed.
What?
It's not. I didn't mean. It's not as if I did it on purpose. You guys enjoy your break?
Yeah.
Good.
I got a little more sleepy.
Got a little more sleepy. Well, that's not one. So, okay. So you guys got out of the dome, and then decided that you guys were gonna head east, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, you guys head east, and as you guys are kind of making your way farther and farther east, you guys can kind of feel the temperature kind of drop just a little bit, and the wind pick up. Not a blizzard or anything, but like an icy Scirocco drift that just kind of flows along the tundra. Volred, as you go, you can still feel that presence ever farther eastward, but it still feels as if it's never getting any closer. As you guys start kind of rounding the top of kind of a snowbank and start looking out, you see in the distance kind of this white haze that seems to cover what looks like a large expanse of water, of kind of this inky black massa, ocean or sea or something like that. And the ground starts to look a lot more jagged. As you can see, numerous sections of snow have kind of given way to crevasses underneath, leading you to believe that the immediate way forward is probably not safe to travel. But Yandere, from what you can tell, it looks as though in the distance, maybe about an hour away from where you guys are at, you see the Frostvale Sea.
Hmm.
That appears to be the sea.
I see.
Is that the sea in which we're sought after?
No, we're looking for Frostfell, not Frostvale.
Frost Sea? Frosty.
I mean, this would be the Frost Sea, as we are in the court of winter, so I guess your shortening of the word would be correct.
Think.
So. Do you feel any of this, you said some kind of power out in this general direction? Do you have a sense of where it may be coming from?
Eric, you said that basically it still seems like it's the same distance ahead, correct?
Yes, as far as you can tell, it's either way off in the middle of the sea or, I don't know, even farther beyond. But definitely not landfall.
Well, Yandere, it doesn't feel like we're any closer to this source of power that I felt.
And the one off to the north?
You do sense a locus of power to the north, but
I guess the
not
question
not
is,
a person per se.
does that feel like that has gotten lessened? So, like, if I'm moving around away from that direction, has that portion gotten weaker?
Um, it's hard really to tell. The change in difference wouldn't be large enough for you to be able to detect such a minute difference. But you do get the sense that you can feel that more like strongly, leading you to at least suspect that it might be much closer than whatever is to the east of here. And you kind of feel that presence, or that locus, that source of power to the west, similarly distanced to the north.
So none of that has changed since we landed here?
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I'm trying to get a sense of. If
I
I'm
mean,
still
he
feeling
might
the
feel
same
the power from the west getting slightly less, but it's not like he's got a ping that tells him, 40 miles this way there is something. It's more like you can sense that something over there is radiating a lot of power.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I just wanted to confirm, which I think you have, is that realistically, the time we've traveled hasn't really not made much of a dent into the perceived amount of power that I'm feeling. It's just,
Correct.
I know something's over there, I know something's over there. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Yandre, it is... I'm not feeling any different than I did as when we got here. All I know is that the powers are coming from these directions. But in terms of, is one of them getting stronger or weaker? No.
I'm just trying to find my notes because I want to make sure that I'm looking at all this correct, because I know that I got general information. Ice Crown is supposed to be in the northeastern area, settled in the northern mountains.
Yeah,
which is, can we see
that? Sorry. I was saying, since you believe you've reached the Frostvale Sea, Ice Crown would be north of you. And that would mean that the power that Volred is feeling to the west might be Frostfell. Based on what you're kind of reading, you're guessing that you might be in the Shimmering Expanse, which lies kind of in the middle eastern part of the Court of Winter.
So the Shimmering Expanse, is that where Azir would be? Azir, I can't remember her deity name.
Azir? In the Akari, to the Fey, she would be Kione.
Yeah.
No, she is on the western. Her temple is on the western mountain range. Though, technically speaking, remember, she is kind of Map's second hand, so she is really anywhere.
Sorry, my notes for these are like all spread out because these have been conversations that have happened over like 6 or 7 sessions. So I guess I'm confused on what my understanding to the east is. Like what the power.
You don't know. If, as Volred would tell you, you've not read anything about the power that might lie in the Frostvale. The only thing you know about Frostvale Sea is that occasionally Because like you would guess, like to the south of you, like there are occasionally like icebergs and glaciers that kind of shear off and float that way, and no one that has ever traveled east has ever come back. So it is presumed that nothing lies beyond the Frostveil Sea. So there is no record of anything that might exist there. But according to Bullred, something might be out there.
And it's a single entity, whereas the other way has like a mass.
Yeah, the best way is in this case, Volred to the north and east. So what he would assume would be Ice Crown and Frostfell feel like masses of power. And what he feels to the east out there is definitely a presence.
So you're saying Frostvale is to the northwest?
It would be due west of where you are. Yeah, because Frostfell is in the middle.
Where did you put Frosthold? Because I have notes on there. Travel to the city of Frosthold.
Frostfell.
Is that
There is a Frosthold.
Okay.
Yeah. There's Frostfell and Ice Crown.
So Frostfell is what holds Glacier's Edge Tavern, correct?
Frostfell, you're talking about that has Glacier's Edge?
That holds the Glacier's Edge Tavern.
Yes.
I would have been going that direction if I... Okay. That's fine. So we...
Like, you don't have a map. You don't know where you're going.
I know. I don't have a map. That was said to be given later at a later time, but that's okay. So I know that you're talking about the small fishing village on the western coast. That is Frostfell.
No, Frostfell is the main settlement that lies in the center of winter.
So what is the small fishing village on the western coast? There's a port town, and that's supposed to be somewhere close to Carrion's village.
That is kind of, well, it lies along the coast, the southern coast, but towards the west, and that's Tusk Harbor.
Tusk Harbor. Okay. So after this session, DM, I'm going to say the names of all the things that I have in my notes, and I would like for you to at least tell me in what general direction they are, because you have them. I've written them down based off of the direction that you told me before, which is the reason why I'm going east, but it sounds like these are all towards the west and not
from where you are now. Yes.
Okay. So, I feel bad. So my character Yandere is just going to be like, well, I don't assume that we would be able to move any further to the east since the sea is here. We may have to backtrack a little.
Okay.
Yes.
Andre,
Yes.
you said something was over there. You have any idea of what that would be?
No. And I didn't say that there was something there. Volred mentioned that there may be some type of nexus of power there.
Yeah, I was wondering if you knew what there would be over there.
No. Unfortunately not. This is not my court, nor am I incredibly familiar with all of the inhabitants and possible abilities and quite frequent changes in power here.
That's fair. I'm good to go whenever.
So, I would assume we probably need to head west. But just as a point of reference, southwest is probably our better bet. And we probably want to try to find one of the towns. Frostfell would be preferable, as it's probably one of the larger locations here. But there is a small port town that's towards the southwestern coast. Since we've been traveling east, I would imagine that's pretty much the exact opposite direction of which we've been going.
I will trust you, Yandere.
Well, again, I only mention that because it may entail a lot of walking. And I would imagine we're probably going to have to traverse all the way across the Court of Winter to find some kind of safe place or safe harbor. But if you're okay with it, then we shall keep moving.
Let's get a walking.
Don't want to burn what daylight we've got left, so come on.
All right, Yandere is going to start walking to the west, a little further south, like more southwest until, well, let's just say we're going to head southwest.
What if we were just on a weird east peninsula that was surrounded by it? It's like, it's to the west, but once you get out of the peninsula, it's actually back to the east now. It's like, fuck. A map would be handy. Fantasy Florida over here.
So, you guys head kind of southwest-ish. And let's see. And as the day continues on, you start to see like the snow kind of start to set in again. Heavy flurry. Not a storm, but definitely the snow is picking up. A little bit more wind, and you guys kind of see the sun is starting to get low in the sky. Kind of in the distance, you can hear the howling of wolves. But as you are continuing southwest, you're kind of noticing a gentle incline in the in kind of the topography. Once you guys kind of make your way, let's see here. Kelmac, if you would not mind rolling me a dexterity saving throw.
Rude. You got those feline reflexes.
Don't look at that number.
It was
Close roll 20 now. Close it now.
delete
We're done.
log history.
I'm going home. I'm going to sleep.
Was
It's
it a
7.
single digit? 7! That's 3 7s.
7. Okay. You guys are kind of walking, and then as you go in step, you hear a crack, and then a section of the floor beneath you give way, Kelmac. You feel the snow suddenly drop. You fall about 4 or 5 feet before you feel kind of wedged. And you guys kind of look as there was a very narrow fissure of ice that Kelmac is now currently kind of chest deep wedged in. As the snow just kind of like continues to fall down. You kind of take a look. That crevasse appears to be pretty deep. You can't see the bottom of it.
I'm lucky I'm big.
Well, he's a gunner. I start shoveling
Ouch.
some snow on him.
Don't.
A little like a handful at a time.
No.
I reach my hand down.
Don't you leave me here.
Come on.
And I'm just like palm to palm and then one behind.
Ah.
All right. I'm gonna try to use my elbows to push. You pull.
What are you pushing against?
The ice.
Just pull. Your pull, I pull. I pull you up.
1, 2, 3.
Hey!
And I'll just pull.
Yeah, you're able to kind of pull Kelmac. He's like, okay. Oh, man, there's your deck save. It's taking a long time for that to show in roll 20. But
Yeah, some connectivity thing.
but yeah, you get kind of pulled up, and then looking around, going, "This is probably not good." So I imagine you guys are going to continue a little more cautiously.
Yeah, I'll keep a lookout for any more possible like crevasses and stuff that might fall.
Should we daisy
Okay.
chain?
I'm sorry, easy chain?
Daisy chain.
Daisy chain.
Daisy chain. What manner of flower is this going to
That's
be?
it's a rope thing where like I tie myself to Kelmac ties themselves to Volred goes to Yandre, just link up.
It's for mountaineering.
So to tie ourselves together.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you just say that?
Well, normally it would just be the one explanation of daisy chain, and that's kind of never known. But thinking, yep, you're not from the Winter Court or from a mountainous region. I apologize.
That is the common phrasing for it, to just save words.
It has cost us severely.
I will pull my rope out.
I will pull out my 10 feet of chain that I have.
Gandra just kind of like looks down and puts his arms up.
I got this from the were monsters.
Isal, you want to be in the front or the back? I figured the stronger people
Yeah, we gotta
serve
be
as
the
anchors.
anchors.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at seeing above the snowdrifts because I'm shorter than them. So I'll be in the back as the anchor, hunkering down, stalwart defense back here, and I'll chain myself to Caleb. Caleb, I'm gonna put this chain on you.
All right.
First off, does anyone have a pole or quarterstaff or stick?
I have a horse.
Caleb gives Calmac his quarterstaff.
Thank you, Caleb. I'll tie the rope to me. Then I'll tie it to Yandre since he's already hands up. And then Volred, do you want to be in the middle? Actually, Caleb's already tied to Isal, so process of elimination, you got to be in the middle.
Okay.
And I will tie a section of rope to Volred, and then Volred to Caleb.
Whenever you feel a tingle, let us know.
Okay. So, you guys prep yourself, and then
I'll just quarterstaff like instead of walking stick to the side to support, just like poke, go, poke, poke.
Yeah, and that actually seems to work, because at one point in time you like actually managed to poke through, and as you kind of go to poke a little bit again, kind of a large section of ice just kind of gives way into a crevasse, certainly large enough to swallow your entire party. You guys were able to avoid that. You guys also start noticing ahead, it looks like the incline kind of plateaus off, and you start seeing what looks like sections of land kind of beyond the crest of the hill. As you guys come up to the edge, Kelmac, you abruptly stop and look out as you guys stand at the edge of a large piece of glacier. A straight drop beneath you into a wide fjord. What kind of looks like a kind of a glacial gulf with these large kind of mix of slow and fast moving streams of pieces of glacier and iceberg and snow melt that's just kind of drifting away from the interior of winter and off into the Frostvale. Some of the sections of iceberg and glacier that are kind of floating along are like the size of islands. You can think you could even see a little bit. One of them seems to actually look like it has a little village on top of it. But you can see what looks like a couple miles to the west of you guys, another section of rock. So it's just a series of these large glaciers that have partially given way, which makes up, as far as you can tell, the southeastern part of the Court of Winter.
Wait, southeastern?
Yeah, keep in mind that little image I posted, because of my phone, it's rotated.
Should have put a compass rose.
I should have. You're right. But you should just know that Glacier Gulf is in the south.
Okay, so which quadrant are we technically in at this point?
You guys would be in the southeast quadrant, or if you're looking at that image, it would be the southwest quadrant.
Yeah, can you take a new photo and label like north, south, east, west?
Can you just do better?
I mean, we could just wait for him to do the map that he said he was going to do.
I said that there wasn't a map outside.
That you might be able to find one inside.
But you also said that you would give me a general layout like you did with the Autumn Court in a previous episode that never managed to make its way to our Discord.
I do remember him saying he was going to make a map on Anvil Forge for you.
I would certainly love to make a map on it.
And then you heard it here, folks.
I would love to. Come on, man.
It's
Can I
behind
rotate
the
this
designing the other floors of our house, though, so he'll never. It'll be a while.
It'll never happen.
Ooh, if I edit, can I rotate them?
The 3x3 was a good touch. Could we make it a 12x12 though, and just label them though?
I could, because there's definitely a lot of little things in between those squares. Why can I not rotate this little bastard?
Just take a new photo.
Oh, I did, but the point is that no matter how I orient the phone, it always wants to set it up as if it's in portrait mode. Oh, but you know what? I might be able to cheat that.
The campaign was derailed by a phone auto horizontal.
I'm telling you, man. We'll give this another shot.
You know what
no,
doesn't
I can't.
have these issues? D&D Beyond, not sponsored. Renowned for their easy functioning homebrew menus that don't cause irritation.
Not a paid advertisement.
That wouldn't be a good advertisement either way.
Yeah, we would not qualify. So let me...
Click on our overlay to check out the stats for all the characters. If that still works, we don't know.
Let me...
G Fuel does not sponsor us.
There we go.
Nor should they.
Could just do it. They could if they wanted to. Yeah, there we go.
Join us next week. Maybe.
Fuck you, Apple. I win. Yeah, okay. Alright.
Now, back in our private Discord, the updated 3x3?
Yeah, it's still a 3x3.
Ooh, you're so
You guys are getting rough locations of shit.
artistically skilled, Eric, over here.
It's called designer art.
It'll only appreciate in value.
You signed that bad boy.
If you
So,
really meant it, you would have written everything in uppercase.
Like you're yelling.
No, that's how engineers do it, to make sure there's no miscommunication on what letters actually are.
This
How do
is
they
an
still handle O's and zeros?
You put a dash.
zero has a dash through
Zero.
it.
No, I'm not an engineer or an architect.
Clearly.
Yeah, Eric, get with a program. CCAD for life. Let's go.
God, you guys suck so hard. I mean that everyone.
It's all of us.
So, right. So anyway, yes. So now that you guys have directionally correct, you guys were kind of in that eastern square, and are kind of moving through the southeastern to move, I guess, into the southern and then southwestern square. Yeah. So, Yandere, you would be essentially in that kind of northwest corner of that bottom right square, which you're guessing is the region they call the Silver Strand. You've heard it referenced, but nothing you've read has ever actually told you where it is. But it looks like that's where you happen to be, which is just fragmented landscapes of islands, icebergs, frozen channels, and such. Absolutely beautiful. But every inch of this land is treacherous and can kill you at a moment's notice.
Love that. As I'm looking around, do we happen to see Frostfell?
Let's see here. As you kind of now that you kind of get a sense of where you're at, as you guys look kind of northwest, you can see sticking up just kind of a little bit what looks like the silhouette of some kind of non-natural spire, which you might assume to be the Prince of Frost's palace.
That looks to be something similar to like our great tree. I would imagine that there's probably a city that is somewhere near that tower. We can attempt to travel due west, or we can move towards where we know that there's a possibility of life.
Life is good.
Life equals, I don't know, here, life usually equals warmth and shelter.
Okay. And so Yandere will, instead of going southwest, will now head more northwest towards that, what he would imagine as some kind of like pyre or tower of some sort.
Okay. So, continuing to kind of press your way along, trying to search for any crevasses. There is a period where you guys kind of hear a cracking noise off to your left, and you watch as on one of the distant shelves, a large section of glacier suddenly gives way and falls into the strand, kind of causing a bit of chaos down beneath there. You guys can also watch at this point as it looks like a bit more of a storm has kind of moved its way east, leading you to believe the Expanse is experiencing yet another snowstorm, whereas you guys are still just kind of getting the constant drizzle and snowfall. Then as you guys continue to travel, kind of hitting the main banks of the river and kind of snaking your way towards Frostfell, nighttime falls in that section. Were you guys gonna make camp?
Probably be wise.
Yeah.
Is there shelter?
No,
There's a dome.
Yeah.
Oh, right, but we have dome.
Sweet dome.
Let's see here. Yandere, You can actually see a bit ahead, kind of a crag, a rock section, like a crag, that you can see a light in, but it's a little ways ahead of you.
Like, when you say a little ways ahead of me, like, what are we talking about?
A few hundred feet.
I would mention that to the group while Caleb is setting up the dome before he like completes his spell. I don't want to like how far away do I think I can get there before any snowstorm or pickup of weather in this general area?
Yeah, I mean it's like 500 feet, and you guys appear to be past the part where there's serious risk for crevasses. The land here, you guys can see more of what looks like rock and soil, as you're kind of making your way into the heartland of the realm of winter. Yeah, and I mean, and there doesn't appear. I mean, Arthur would have been able to tell you for sure, but there doesn't appear to be any worse weather at this point. The wind has kind of stopped, so it's just kind of this nice Christmas Eve style snow.
So I would communicate that to everybody and just say, hey, we can try checking out this cave. But I would also mention that if there's light coming from the cave, it means that it's probably occupied, which also may represent a form of danger.
Well, I mean, if we're just going to camp in the dome, then I don't see. The only danger I foreseeing is just being buried overnight.
I would like
I don't think
potential.
your map fixed the
I can.
image.
I can. Watch this. Let's block off Eric altogether.
Yay!
Woo!
Sure.
I'm fine with the additional protection from like the rock faces.
I feel comfortable and secure.
Okay.
So is that a comfortable and secure as in like you want to go or you want to stay here and just set up the dome?
Dome.
So Izal is like, we can go to the rock faces. Kelmac basically is saying, stay at the dome. Volred is saying, stay at the dome. Calum, where are you at?
I'm good with whatever.
Make up a mind, Caleb.
What?
Ari's
decision.
worst enemy.
No, what'd you say?
Make up your mind, Caleb.
Dome.
Dome or no dome?
All right. 3 for dome.
We're staying at the dome.
Democracy.
So, you guys stay in the dome and kind of enjoy that time. Throughout the evening, the snow continues to fall heavy until slowly but surely the dome starts to fill up a little bit and you guys get covered again.
I have a question.
But, yes.
What is the moon situation like here right now?
It appears to be a new moon phase.
Cool. Great. We're good.
And are you guys taking a watch or are you guys all just kind of sleepy?
We should probably take a watch.
I took a half watch, so yesterday. So
I slept till noon. I'll take first watch.
I don't care.
I'll take that.
watch.
I'll take second.
And Caleb, you were taking the last watch. Okay. Well, the dome makes things relatively nice to sleep. lack of feather beds or whatever. He just got the bedwells, unfortunately. But nonetheless, the evening seems to pass along. Caleb, kind of in the wee hours of the morning, you can, as the snow seems to have died down, you can hear sounds of movement, like crunching of snow that seems to make its way towards you.
About how far away do I think the sound is?
You're guessing that you kind of start hearing it when you think it's like maybe 20 feet away.
And about how much longer until the 8 hours is up?
Well, I mean, at this point in time, you probably still got a couple hours.
So I'm going to. What I was actually going to do was on my watch, I was going to use Arcana. And so I'm casting Arcana Eye so I can actually keep an eye out outside the dome.
Okay. As you kind of do that and look, and you can actually walk, because around the same time you see kind of a section of the snow that's piled up on the dome, which is not very thick. It's kind of a dusting, really. You see it kind of a black shape lean over, and then you see like some of the snow kind of get brushed off, and you can see both ahead and through the arcane eye this massive bipedal polar bear individual with this kind of long white beard that's kind of braided, and he's wearing like furs and leathers and holding kind of a spear. Is just kind of running his hands over the top and kind of tapping the dome. And then you can, and I mean, at this point in time, Volred and Yandre, I mean, you guys are still present, but you can start to hear kind of a voice reach out in Sylvan.
I wonder what this is. Have you seen anything quite like it before?
So
I'm going to tap the others awake and tell them to be quiet. And Kelmac, same thing. With the snow and everything, sound is dampened on the inside, correct? Or is sound
slightly muffled, but I mean, this is big dude, deep voice, like his voice carries a little bit.
Well, no, if I were to say something inside the dome,
it would be a little muffled, but not very much. Like, you don't have inches of snow. You've got like a couple inches, really, just enough to provide you some camouflage, really.
Okay. So the person that is awake and knows the most about this place would be Yandre. So I'm going to cast a message to Yandre, silent. There seems to be an individual outside trying to find out what the dome is. We still have about 2 hours.
is that all you were gonna say?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll look over at Caleb and just be like, "Are you wanting me to go and check and see who this individual is, or just intending to stay?" And I think, intending to stay.
You're kind of a tap on the room.
Hello? No one in there?
No.
Please, I'll just say something.
No.
I just look at Caleb before finishing the messages and just like,
Go ahead.
Yandre responds in Sylvan. Yes, someone is occupying here.
He kind of seems a bit surprised.
Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to disturb you. It's just, well, this is rather unusual. Are you all right, travelers?
I'm fine. Currently protected from the weather outside and in a good place.
See, quite an interesting spell you have here. Well, I suppose it's better than a tent at the very least. At any rate, I won't take up any more of your time. Curiosity got the better of me. So, have a good day. But I am over in the cave just a little whiles away. If you are hungry, I do have some food cooking.
It's a very nice offer, but I know nothing of you and who you are.
Fair enough.
Maybe in the morning when the winds have passed, I will venture to the cave and introduce myself.
Kind of looking around, going,
Well, it's practically daylight, so I suppose that you sleep a little later. Well, understood. I'll be there for at least a little bit longer, and then I really must be on my way. So, good travels if I don't see you before then.
Good travels.
yes, a polar bear D.
As much as I would love to trust that, I don't want to get mauled as soon as I walk out of this dome. So,
No, you just want to get mauled by the bear person you have inside the dome.
I'm lawful good.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
nicer.
wild party.
seems as if it was a traveler who was offering us food in the cave that we saw prior to setting up the dome.
Well, if he's still there whenever we get up, we might be able to say hi. But
He also mentioned that it's already daytime. It's a little difficult to tell under here, but it sounds as if it's okay to go out if we need to, but probably better to make sure everybody else gets their rest.
that's true.
And as you guys are kind of wrapping up the 9th hour, you start to kind of feel the spell start to fade and reach its end, Caleb.
Going to make sure that we have a way out of this thing before it fades and all the snow clouds.
Yeah. Well, plus, like I said, it was a very thin dusting.
Yeah.
So,
It's better to say it than to not say it, and then all of
I
a sudden
got
we get swamped under something.
The devil's in the detail.
because Zurich pops in. What did you say, boss?
You're not supposed to. He's gonna complain.
Yeah, which I guess is like another interesting thing to note. Like, you guys teleported here and Gorbek was not with you. No one seemed to care, but you know.
What?
I tried carrying, and it was like one of those things where it didn't make it a point to say anything more. So
I didn't notice he was gone because it wasn't said.
I
Yeah.
thought it was said. We just never got back to finding him. There was a short conversation of where was he, and then we were kind of like, so we gonna go or what?
Yeah, it's kind of like you guys all arrived.
Zal found him by the river, and then we were going to leave, and then Gorbek said he was going to come with us. I don't believe anything was said afterwards that stated that he didn't go with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if it
I
was,
like
I
to imagine it
misread.
in my head that you guys just kind of appeared and then all kind of looked around. All of you at the same time just looked at each other like in an unspoken, hey, are we aware of this? And then silence, and then someone said, well, I guess we should go this way. And just left it unsaid.
I guess it's canon now.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have a choice in that, but yeah, that's what happened.
We got no Gorbek.
Yeah. Those of you guys who have been around say, this is exactly the kind of shit Gorbek would pull.
Yeah.
Quickly check your pockets to see if there was a note. No note.
That son of a bitch. Alright, so we're going the right direction, right? There's a polar bear, you said?
Yes.
And it talked to you? Well, you heard... What? Wait,
Yes, you talked to Sylvan.
so we could have been in the bear's cave and had a conversation, but we slept outside. I knew I was
You
right.
want to go talk to him?
There's so much snow now. I can't.
Okay. We can still go talk to him.
You gotta go though.
I mean, the cave is not very far from here. It's only like 500 feet.
Well, it would be polite to go to say hello.
And then we can go.
Yeah.
And at that point, Yandre would start making his way to the cave.
Okay. And are you going alone?
No, I'm going. At least Azal is going.
I'm going.
I'll go with.
This
Okay.
is some
Uh,
deep snow. Slow down.
You guys make it to the cave, which has like what looks like layers of seal pelts, just kind of hung in front of the doorway. Doesn't look to be necessarily like a permanent shelter, but as you kind of open up the pelts, you guys can feel the warmth kind of coming from the inside a little bit. As there is a fire, and it looks like some elevated places where like bedrolls and stuff could be set up. Looks like large enough for a small adventuring party to be there, but in attendance is only the singular bear individual, who's in the process of what looks like heating some kind of liquid up over a fire. As he kind of glances over a little bit to have you guys in, he goes,
Oh, there was more of you than I thought. Well, welcome, I suppose.
This isn't Sylvan.
yes.
I just looked directly at Caleb and Yandere. Like, what's he saying?
He said, "Welcome." I suppose.
Apologies, I wasn't aware that we had mixed company.
And then he thinks for a moment, and then he starts speaking out in common.
Would the human tongue be easier?
I can also speak Elvish, but Common's good.
I don't speak Elvish.
Oh, good.
I'm just gonna say in Sylvan, I speak Elvish.
And he responds in Sylvan.
That's good to know.
And kind of switching back to common, looks at the rest.
You are not from around here. I can tell that just by looking at you.
What?
That's for sure.
He's kind of looking around at your group.
Name's Caleb.
Caleb? Well, that sounds like an elvish name.
He kind of looks around over at Comeback.
Well, I suppose you must be from the land of summer, then. No?
Summerness.
I'm from the material.
Oh. Well, pleasure to meet you. Sorry, I just thought that you were part of the menagerie for the Lord of Beasts.
I've met.
Never seen it myself, but
Okay. I just wanted to make sure my microphone was working because sometimes it likes to crap out on me.
Yeah.
I saw some of the denizens over in the summer areas, and I can understand the confusion. But there is a whole race of us in the material called Leonins.
I see. Similar, I would say. Still,
He's kind of glancing around.
I don't mean to pry, but it's not often we find outsiders here in the land of winter. We are perhaps the most inhospitable of the 4 prime fairy lands.
We
I'm
have
not sure
business.
why you're here.
We have business to attend to, which brings us here, obviously.
I see. Grim business, then, I wager. Still, that's nice enough.
I woke up.
Yeah.
Like, hi, they call me Izal. What can I call you?
Oh,
Oh. And he kind of reaches out with his large kind of claw hand.
the name's Bjorn. Bjorn Frostclaw.
Hi.
And as he kind of like shaking the hand, going,
You have a firm grip.
You're a bear.
kind of looks a little confused and goes,
So, you, or at least you smell one. No offense.
Oh, it's a recent thing. You're tall. This is so cool.
Yes.
and as he like kind of goes to stand up, the guy stands like 8 feet tall.
Yep.
He's kind of like looking down because I think he's even taller than Kelmac.
How tall
You're
is
what?
he?
He's about 8 feet. You're what, 7.5, something like that?
I'm 6'9".
Oh,
Over
damn.
over 7 foot, you start getting into large, just
Yeah.
because of height.
And so he's just kind of, and you're looking down, going,
Yep.
and he kind of goes to sit back down.
Well,
What are you
I'm
cooking?
brewing some juniper tea if anyone is interested.
I would like a mug. I know juniper berries tend to be on the see. Juniper berries are bitter, right?
They do tend to be, yeah.
Okay.
The trick is to mix a little bit of honey in.
And he kind of, which that you see him pull out kind of a large drinking horn and start ladling in
It's a lot of honey.
some tea and kind of hands it over.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and you can see the drinking horn's pretty nice. It's like a solid ivory. It's got some runes kind of carved into it. One that kind of is a very large one that looks like a large whale, and it's kind of rimmed in metal. But he goes, whoa. So, I understand you have business here, but seems kind of odd you'd be so far out near the opening to the Strand. There's not much out here other than some nomadic tribes and danger. Unless, of course, you're wanting to hunt some Yeti or mammoth.
We're here for probably the danger part, but just not that. Yeti and mammoth don't seem like it'd be something we'd have to go out of our way to find.
Well, that's true. And you'd have to travel a little farther north to really see them. Here, mostly you have to deal with wolves and similar such beasts. The terrain itself is particularly dangerous. And
Yeah,
stay
we
out
almost
of the water.
We almost took a tumble.
Yes. Especially if you're up there on the glaciers, that's pretty bad. Especially with the remoras. They carve all kinds of channels through that section of the earth. So, there are some places out there that are especially dangerous.
Well, we don't mean to take too much of your time. We've mentioned that you had visited earlier in the morning and felt it'd be polite to come say hello. We should probably get going, though.
Yes, of course. Sorry, it's just I travel around and I've never seen quite a perfect sphere, and also I was fairly certain that there wasn't any kind of mound there before. I had rather thought that something got caught out there and died before it was able to make it to the cave. But it's nice to know that. True.
I will pull out 3 pounds of frozen pork from the bag of clothing. In case you find yourself in a hard time, just something to remember us by, I guess, for the hospitality this morning.
Of course, I appreciate that.
And kind of takes it, goes, I suppose I could have something for you as well. And he reaches and pulls out what looks like a large piece of whalebone that has etchings on it, and just kind of hands it over.
This is a little token. I give it out to individuals from time to time who may need some help. If you find yourself in a few places, you might be able to cash that in for a favor.
Oh, they seems like a fair exchange. Thank you again.
Indeed. Specifically, if you make it to Frostfell, the Snowbound Rest is an inn that a friend of mine runs. He should help you there. Or if you make it as far as Tusk Harbor, you can show that to an old friend of mine, Bone Carver Bjorn. I know, same name as mine. It's actually how we became friends. He's a rather interesting tusk folk who makes a variety of trinkets. He actually made the drinking horn that your friend is using. He can give you some help too, if it.
It's very nice.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Eric, go back. What was the name of the inn?
So the inn, he said, if you guys make it to Frostfell, the Snowbound Rest is an inn that's owned by a friend of his, and so he could help you out. And then
what was the name of that location again?
that was in Frostfell. It's called the Snowbound Rest.
And then the Bone Carver.
Bone Carver
Yeah,
Bjorn.
in Tusk Harbor, there is Bjorn Frosthand. An individual also named Bjorn.
I thought this was Frosthand, and Bone Carver
No,
was
this is Frostpaw.
Oh my Christ!
Yeah.
Not a lot of naming
Frostclaw.
variances here. The
Frostclaw, Frosthand. Well, I mean, in the common tongue, it would. I mean, that's just like what it would translate to in the common tongue.
Milwaukee.
In Sylvan, it would be be different.
I forget. Are we trying to go to Frostfell?
That was the intention because it's the best place. Like, it's one of the larger cities in the Court of Winter, and it would give us a place to like rest versus just being out in the wilderness the whole time.
So then I'm going to ask Bjorn, if we
Yes?
were to go to Frostfell, what would your recommended path there be?
Well, if I'm being honest, I would follow the river up northwest a little bit. The river that we lie on the edge here actually goes right through Frostfell, so if you follow it, you'll be fine. You'll get there eventually. I would recommend, however, you enter through the southern gate. That's the one that heads out to Frostbloom Valley. That gate sees a lot more traffic, so they tend to be less discerning with who passes through. And at this point, his eyes kind of move over to Yandere a little bit. I also can see, friend, judging by the nature of your hair and other accoutrements, your slight little bit of green beneath your winter clothes, you would raise some eyebrows if you were to enter Frostfell as you are now. I recommend at the very least removing the regular clothing you have of your homeland, as while autumn is not at war with winter, generally speaking, outsiders of any kind are looked at with a degree of cautiousness. Your friends may escape a bit of that, as members from the prime material are still generally seen as a curiosity, but not a danger. The Court of Winter does not have the same ambivalence towards members of other Fey kingdoms.
Can I ask, what is the common look for the Fey that are here in this present location?
Most tend to wear hues of white, gray, or blue, and they wear their hair dark, somewhere between dark brown and nearly black. Also, the people that live there in Frostfell, most of them smile, but will stab you in the back if given the opportunity. So he kind of reaches out and kind of points to that little piece of whalebone. I recommend you be very careful with who you speak to. If you need some help in figuring out who you can trust, then Marcus, who owns the rest, would be able to introduce you to some other individuals.
Yandra's going to look around and just kind of briefly look over at Calum and just say, Calum, I might need a little bit of time to adjust to our current environment, as I don't want to draw any additional or unwanted attention to our group.
I could definitely understand that. And given the fact that you're able to shift, I think it would be best that you do that. You try and fit in as best as you can. That way, at least one of us do.
Alright, then we just knock you unconscious, right?
Well, I just need a couple of hours.
I don't think we should take Bjorn's time. I mean, it's just nice. We could probably start moving a little bit.
That's fine. After all, I need to be going on my way as well. I'm heading down into the fjord for a little bit of fishing. So, plus, I have some friends and some of the nomadic tribes that I need to see. I spend so much time alone wandering the waste. It's nice to speak to some people every once in a while.
Well, again, it was a pleasure to meet you again.
Yes, and it was quite nice to be able to practice the common tongue. We don't get to use it very often, so a little bit of practice is always helpful.
We appreciate your help. Or advice.
Well, and he's like packing stuff up and kind of cleaning a little bit.
Well, I certainly hope you don't run into any of the problems. But seeing as how you're new, I would say in just kind of general terms, avoid the northern half of the realm of winter, as the farther you go north, either direction, towards, if you go, well, northwest of here, that's the Gloomwood, and if you go northeast of here, that's Ice Crown, and none of those places are very good to go. Especially just north of Frostfell lies the Sickleside. Well, Sickleside, the tundra is a bit northwest, really, but that whole section north of Frostfell is dangerous. Even more so than the Strand, so...
Don't go north of Frostville.
The farther north you go, the more dangerous it is. Black Crom lies in that area. I'd stay far clear of him.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the warnings.
My pleasure.
We will probably borrow your fire for a little while.
Oh, don't worry about it. This is actually an encampment that several travelers like myself stop at from time to time. It's not mine specifically. It's just one of the places dotted around for travelers to have a bit of rest and respite from the elements. So, still, enjoy the rest of your day, and good luck.
You too.
Catch some big ones.
Oh, also, Yandere, would you roll me a d20?
Just a pure d20?
Yeah.
A pure one.
Ooh.
Unsullied, untainted.
Your unadulterated nat 20s.
Un momento. Six.
Yeah.
Yep, that was it. 6.
I don't like the ominous.
All right.
Okay.
Spooked.
planning something nefarious.
Always. I'm the dungeon master.
When is it not?
I almost wore my evil mastermind shirt today, but decided I'd rather wear blue.
Blue.
Blue. Okay. So, you guys continue to prep. I assume you're going to take a short rest so you can get all gloomy.
Yeah.
Okay.
If granted the time frame, if you allow me, then Yandre will change into his winter form.
Reggie!
Yep, to fit the bill of the Court of Winter.
Okay.
Reggie!
Oh dear.
Now I just don't. Now I can look at you.
You get the opportunity to look at me all the time.
Yeah, but you don't like it when I do it.
I find it a little awkward that now that you have this capability, it's unusual for someone other than Yandre himself to gaze upon my visage.
This is why I shall refrain from now on.
Well, you can't really not now.
Like now, no, but I'm looking at Yandre, so it's different.
So, since it's all, you can essentially see any, like, invisibility all the time.
It's just ghosts. Or ethereal thingy-mabobbers.
We go over to Ice
do you
Town and it's
see
just
anybody
crawling.
scrying on us?
Well, they're not ethereal, they're just invisible. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
not
I
is
thought
all
they
would not
were
be
in the
saying
ethereal
that.
plane.
No, they're just.
Well, no, I'm asking outside.
A
I was
scrying
wondering-
sensor is invisible, not ethereal.
I thought it was ethereal.
Nope. I know that one.
Plain all invisible.
Sure.
And I cannot see an invisible thing. I can see an ethereal thing, but I cannot see invisible things. Unless the ethereal
Got
thing
it.
is invisible because they're ethereal. That's the only reason I can see them.
Yeah.
I see phase people. Okay, let's we're all dressed we're dressed to the nines?
Yep.
It would appear so. Should we continue on?
Yeah.
So,
Kelmac walked away, but I was gonna nudge Kelmac when we started to walk on our thing. I was like, hey, did you hear that? They said there was a Remorass.
yep. It's like, no, not those bugs. Yeah. Aaron, not Kelmac. Aaron does not want to fight a Ramones.
That's freaking
But okay, so you guys head northwest along the river, and you guys kind of see that spire start to take more shape as it kind of descends. The spire comes down. You see it's attached to a large building, which you assume to be some kind of palace, and then you see that give way to roofs, which gives way to walls. As you see this kind of almost perfectly circular city start to come in view. The stone walls are kind of like this really dark, almost kind of like granite or slate color, but coated with ice and covered in all kinds of spikes from icicles that make it look dangerous to even attempt to climb. And you do spot a section of road that will allow you to cross over the bridge and head towards the southern gate, which I assume you guys do from Bjorn's recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys head that way, you kind of mingle into kind of a caravan of what looks like winter Eladrin and frost dwarves. These dwarves that have this kind of really pale, almost kind of gray skin, long, like white beards, wearing kind of like heavy furs and cloaks, carrying leading carts of variety of materials kind of to and fro. As you guys come up to the main gates, you see a handful of individuals, all wolf therianthropes. These kind of wolf individuals look kind of like werewolf types in hybrid form, who are wearing this kind of bright, glimmering kind of silver chainmail, like chain shirts, and over top this kind of dark blue tabard that bears an icicle and a sword. You assume to be the sigil of the Prince of Frost. As they're kind of going through, bringing people in, kind of rushing in, a couple of them kind of look over, and then one goes, "Halt!"
Says halt.
Yes, and he says this in common.
That's racist.
It kind of makes its way over to the group. It's like looking around, sniffing a little bit.
You guys are outsiders, eh? Adventurers, prime material, I imagine. First time in winter. All right. Well, don't think you're going to get any work here. Just come in, enjoy the city, spend your money, and go. All right? I suppose you have prime material coin as well. Well, since you don't have the king's coin, then I suppose there'll have to be a little bit of a fee on top of the toll. For money changing, you understand. We'll make it a full gold piece each.
Do I feel like he's telling the truth, or is he trying to...
Oh, he's shaking you down.
Look, I feel like he's taking me down.
Yeah.
No, I'm just like, Reggie is currently in Winter Yandere form, and so Reggie's like, our coin is good enough. Where is this additional fee coming from?
Well, prime material coin it's not the coin of the realm. So we have to change it out for proper coinage. And there's a resmelting fee, a transportation fee, a convenience fee. It doesn't really matter. The point is, if you want in, you have to pay a single gold coin each. If you don't like it, you can leave. Or, if you want to press the issue,
He kind of looks over and you see a couple of his other wolf buddies are taking a look.
we can have an issue.
And what happens if we have an issue?
I want to issue something.
Well, he's like, oh god, I want an issue so bad. Well, we have to attack you then.
And
Arrest you.
but if you fall, what happens?
If I die, which could certainly happen.
He's kind of looking around.
You look reasonably strong. But the point is then you'll become outlaws of the realm. And then Her Majesty will need to get involved. And I don't think you want her sending anything after you.
Does Yandere have any idea of like what the standard entry fee would be for like any general like city?
In prime material, it's like a copper coin. It could be higher than that if you're bringing in goods to sell. So because you'd have to pay an entrance tax on that. So yes, this is
100 times markup.
So I'm gonna look at him and just be like, 5 silver. That's it. You're still gonna get your increase in price, because that's definitely more than you're gonna charge anybody else to walk into this place. So 5 silver, and we walk in. You keep going.
okay. Are you trying to intimidate him, or are you just trying to make him feel like, hey, this is a good deal either way? It's either 5 silver now or nothing.
Honestly, it's not an intimidation tactic. If I wanted to go the intimidation, I would just fight him. But this is just like,
That's
hey,
not
this is a good.
intimidation.
Yeah, I was like,
That's
this-
initiative.
honestly, this is what. No, you know what? We're going the intimidation route. So you get 5 silver, and that's it. Let's go again.
You're intoning the subtext there that take it or leave it. If you leave it, we're gonna throw down.
Yeah.
And as this happens, like a couple of the other individuals are like skirting past you, giving a wide berth because they expect this to go bad. So go ahead and roll me an intimidation. Let's see how Winter Yandere throws.
Get ready, Aranthir.
21.
We're gonna have fun.
Okay. There's a moment here where this wolf guy's looking. The other kind of wolf guys are going, oh man, are we gonna do something about this? They're looking around, no one's quite sure what to do. And the one you're talking to goes,
Yep. You're one of us. Alright, fine. 5 silver each.
I'll pass over. We got 5 of us, actually. 'Cause
Yeah.
we don't have
25 silver.
no.
So 25 silver. Actually, I'll give him 2 gold pieces and 5 silver.
He takes it and goes,
Give him an
All right.
electrum. It's probably worthless here.
I have no electrum.
Only
I
gold.
have
necklace.
actually, the Fae
I have
priced that. The Fae actually priced that quite highly.
Oh, well then we'll give him electrum, because there's no reason for us to have it in the prize. We might as well just spend
3
it.
electrum.
This is
Okay, and he
garbage.
takes the electrum. Because it's a mixture of gold and silver. It's like the best of both worlds here.
It's
They
neither.
kinda-
It's like putting
kinda-
mud and water. You get nothing.
It has monetary value.
It has decorative value.
So you get 5 electrum. That's what it is.
And so he takes that, and then he pulls out a couple sheets, stamps one for each of you.
There you go. This will allow you to come and go from the gate for the next 7 days. After which you'd have to pay the toll again.
Yandere takes the paperwork and just kind of rolls it up and sticks it in his pack, and then it's like telling everybody else to move forward. As everybody moves forward, Yandere will hang back a little bit and just say, "If you want to fight, next time just ask." And he'll keep going.
I apologize to Aranthir.
Ramanthia's like,
This one. He wasn't Fey.
And I'll also look at Starkiller and be like, "Next time, buddy."
How tall are
And
they?
Starkiller's like, you
We
cost
have
me a
blood
kill,
first.
asshole. It's like, while here, we might as well check out the arena.
There's an
I
arena.
thirst.
you don't know this. You can't see it. He goes,
I thirst.
Eric, how tall are they?
what?
How tall are they? Were the wolfmen?
The wolf guys?
Yeah.
About 6 feet tall.
I'm still a little taller than them, so I'll if they're not giving us like a wide room to walk through, I'll bump into one of them and just like very firmly grab his shoulder and just, sorry about that.
Oh, are you gonna low-key intimidate him as well?
To
You're
show
placing
that
your
I am
hand
much,
on the guard.
And he
to
punched him.
show as an apologetic gesture for bumping into him.
So no, he's not actively trying to intimidate him. He's just trying to get an extra lick in, even though he doesn't necessarily need it.
Okay. So roll
'Cause I
me
want to.
deception.
I love this. We're gonna get arrested first day.
This reminds me of Wild
Well,
Party.
the wolf guy rolled a 9. So as that happens, and you're just kind of like looking down on him, he goes, "Watch where you're going," and then kind of looks over and goes, "You, come on, next in line, next in line."
Hey, and then Reggie's gonna look over at Izal and just be like, "You do imagine they have a arena here somewhere, right?"
There's an... Well, this just seems like the best place to visit now.
I'll lean over and whisper to Izal, just like, "I promised Starkiller a couple of bodies, and I don't intend to not follow through with that now."
Aranthier hasn't had a chance to do anything, and so he's getting kind of cranky.
So we fix it.
Oh. Possess sword power.
We don't say that out loud. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, as you guys pass through the center area, you guys actually start to feel a little bit warmer as you see this kind of melting pot group of these kind of large buildings, 3 to 4 stories in some place. Kind of like ye old, England during the Industrial Revolution. Kind of everything pushed in really close. Even kind of the main thoroughfares kind of curve around and wind. But you also notice that there appear to be steam coming up from numerous chimneys, and there are grates in the ground kind of off to the side that have steam coming up. And you can see, like, along some of the walkways, there are, like, iron-fitted pipes that kind of go across. And any snow that seems to make its way into this section kind of touches the surface and then kind of very quickly melts. As if this section of this particular borough of the city is eternally thawing. But nonetheless, this appears to be a very busy place. You see a large myriad of different creatures. Fey, human, Eladrin, Therianthrope, all kinds, a large number of dwarves. As people are just kind of going around, performing trade, and just kind of living on with their lives. Is there anything in particular you guys are looking for?
What was the name of the location, Volred?
It's in the Tusk Harbor, isn't it?
Well, Tusk Harbor, is that not further? Is that not?
Tusk Harbor is a separate settlement. The
stupid.
Snowbound Rest is located here in Frostfell.
We need to talk to Marcus.
Marcus is the name of the proprietor.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for.
Okay. All right, you're just gonna go look around, or you're gonna ask for directions?
I'll probably ask for directions, and then we'll ask for directions for that location.
Okay. Asking around, you are pointed to by a local resident who says, yes, the Snowbound Rest is actually here in the Thawing Quarter, and is just down the main thoroughfare a little bit when you hit the main plaza.
All right, well, I'll follow the directions.
Okay. You make your way down the winding thoroughfare until you find Central Plaza that's kind of circular. with a fountain in the middle, but the fountain is like gushed and frozen over. No water is currently flowing. Off to the side, you see this kind of large 4-story building painted in kind of a soft blue color with white trim that has kind of this large like candy cane style pole with this kind of wood placard with gilded lettering that has paint on it that looks almost kind of like a cave amidst some snowdrifts, and in stylized sylvan lettering it says the Snowbound Rest.
I would imagine this is our location. Any hesitancies on going in?
Let's set up camp.
Yonder will walk in.
So, you pass into the Snowbound Rest. Here is a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. You pass through and immediately are hit by the heat of the fire and assailed with the smells of cooked meats and different foods. The bottom floor appears to be mostly some kind of a tavern. It's only, Kelmac, it's a little rough for you because the ceiling is only like 7 feet tall. So it's kind of a little oppressive on your head. But the whole place appears crowded. The center near the hearth has like a large kind of bar area where it looks like the innkeeper is sat. And there is kind of a large staircase behind him that leads up into the upper floors. As you guys kind of make your way in, he's filling out some paperwork, kind of glances over, takes a brief moment, and then calls out in common. Hi! Welcome to the Snowbound Rest. Will you be needing a room, or are you just here for some food?
A room would be ample.
Excellent. Come on, and we'll get you signed in. This individual, who you take to be Marcus, is wearing this kind of Viking-style faded blue tunic with a brown leather apron, and he has this kind of white hair that's kind of short and windswept a little bit, and his eyes are like a dark gray, but Eladrin. With the kind of bushy eyebrows and the long ears. He's going through, kind of fill some stuff out. Right. Where exactly are you hailing from?
The Prime.
Prime. Okay. Well, don't see too many of your kind here, especially this time of year, since the fairy rings aren't exactly set that way. But all right, Prime. And what is the nature of your business?
Leisure. We're here to just visit the Fey Wild and never been to the Court of Winter.
Oh. Well, in which case, sorry for the third degree, but technically speaking, here, since you guys are outsiders and not citizens, when you choose to book here at the inn, I am personally responsible for any trouble that you guys might get into. So if you guys go committing any crimes, it's my head that ends up on the chopping block. Well, in addition to yours, whether they find you or not. So it kind of behooves me to make sure that you guys are upstanding gentlemen and lady.
Thank you.
That's an interesting take, especially given our brief entrance into your city. Your guards are enlightening.
Had some trouble getting into the city, eh?
Trouble? No. But it was different. Let's put it that way.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, most people, especially if they're outsiders, the prince's men, they're prickly. you know, wolves in wolves' clothing, so to speak. Um, so, but yeah, and how long will you be staying here?
Unknown. Is there a certain levy or restriction on how long we can be here?
Oh, no, not really as of yet. It's just if the guards come asking, as they might, then I have to be able to tell them. And if you overstay your intended time, they might start asking questions.
So it'd be better to just initially state that we're going to be here longer than we intend.
Yes. Yes, as you'll still draw some scrutiny if you choose to leave town early, but a lot less than if you stay late.
Well, before I say explicitly how long we're going to be, how much is a room for this location?
Oh, well, depends. Will you guys be needing one room, like a group room, for the 5 of you?
Preferably not, but it depends on your prices. Let's say we're looking for.
Well, you have a few options, really. For 2 coppers a night, you can be in the communal room. That's just a large room right upstairs. It's just got a whole bunch of beds in it, and I have some, sheets kind of drawn up for privacy, but that's not really private. If you're looking to get 2 silver a night, then you can get a private room. It does have a queen-size bed, and I can bring up a cot in there. But honestly, your best amount of money at this point is really to go with 5 silver an evening in that case, as that gives you a large communal room, which is a slightly larger room. It's got its own bathroom, and it has up to 6 beds in it. So it's for individuals like yourself who are traveling in a bit of a party or members of a caravan. So it would be cheaper. It would be cheaper than buying 2 or 3 rooms separately.
Yandere sees his all's hand out of the corner of his eyes. Yes.
I have a question for our innkeeper. How long would it take to see
Marcus is my name.
Hi, Marcus. How long would you say it would take a group of 5 people to see the sights around town? Like a couple days? If we wanted to go, there was an arena. I'm sure there's some stuff we want to go see there. Like, how long would you say to really get a feel for the town?
Well, some people who come in do 1 day in each of the boroughs, not counting the Perlius, of course. Because that's more of the outskirts on the northern side. So they, spend a day here in the Thawing Quarter, just kind of, doing some shopping. They may head over to the Frostguard Garrison and, take a look at some of the weapons on display over at the Frostforge. Some head to the Everfrost Arena and see the public spectacles there. And then on the northern end, they have the Shivered Timbers. That's mostly just it's where the main residential district. But there are some taverns out there that put on a good show. If you're one of the local fare, there's also a market there that's pretty popular. And then the western end of town is the Frigid Muse, which is basically our arts district. It's where we've got our theaters, galleries, libraries, artists, bohemian types,
So 5 days? But we could really focus in on a few of the boroughs.
Yeah. And then the only other one would be Icicle Heights. That's the borough in the center. of town. It's where most of the more well-to-do. It's also where the palace is, the Frosthold, and that's also got some really beautiful buildings, ice sculptures, frozen gardens. Some nice places you can go and visit there too.
So, how about 6 nights and give us some time to sleep
Well,
off some
that's
hangovers?
5. Yeah, okay. You could have a day of rest. So.
I can do like 30 silver if that'll take care of this.
Oh, well, that's not necessary, but if you are willing to pay up front, then I can, of course, at least cover a meal for you each day. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, your choice.
Which do you think is your best?
Well, you can change you today, so it might be worth it to try at least one day of breakfast, one day of lunch, and one day of dinner. But if I had to say, dinner is probably best. Unless you're really into sweets, in which case breakfast is pretty good. Because, of course, we make homemade pancakes and waffles with maple syrup. So...
We'll probably do like the one of each one, then we can figure out what we want after that. But I think
it's just I'll give you a voucher. I'll give each of you a voucher for each day. It'll be good for 5 meals, and just whenever you want to use one, then we can handle it then.
That sounds great. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Ditto.
And then we'll get a couple pouches. 30 silver sounds great.
Okay. And then you hand over the silver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kind of takes it, counts it real quick. Ooh, 4 coins. I'll have to add this to my collection. And kind of slides this in. What can you tell me about where this one is from? I haven't seen this particular logo before. And you see, like, the mark of Athoria.
I think that one we got... Is that from the top of the mountain? From the caravan that we rescued? It's hard to tell.
I look at it and I'm just like, I'm unfamiliar. Might have been the cave.
Oh, there was the catacomb one as well. It's really hard to... We don't really keep track of where we get the coins from.
Well, that's fine. It's just I like to keep a note when I put them in my little collection book where they're from. I'm trying to get a large collection of coins from all over the cosmos. If it comes to you later, just let me know so that way I can pencil it in the little card.
We'll get you an answer in the morning. So we'll just have to... we'll put some effort into it.
My pleasure. Okay, well, and he kind of is going through signing some stuff. Hands off a silver key. I have you up on the 3rd floor. I gave you the room that actually faces the thoroughfare, so that way you guys can kind of, see the sights. That's also west facing, so you'll want to make sure you really batten down those windows at night. Otherwise you can get a bit of a draft. But I'll have someone come up and start getting the fire done in the hearth. Though we do have the geothermal heating all through here, so it should at least keep it relatively warm.
Fantastic. Just a quick question before we depart. Is there an arena in this location?
Well, not in this borough. If you head to the eastern borough, that's the Frostguard garrison. There is an arena there. It's called the Everfrost Arena. They have public spectacles there, but they also host daily tournaments. So I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, or even if you want to participate, you can kind of stop by. A little bit of gambling goes on there too, but mostly you can fight other champions of the area. They also have a pretty large stock of different monsters and beasts to fight if you're willing to do that one-on-one or on teams. But just understand that if you fight the monsters, though, they go to death. So just be aware that your life is on the line.
You see Reggie just look over at his all.
He's all trying really hard right now.
I'm calm and collected.
You feel like Starkiller is just shaking a little. He's like, yes.
You have 3 murderers in this party. 4 if you count Volred.
You don't have any proof that he murdered.
Fair.
Okay.
There
was no witnesses. Does not mean he did not do a murder.
Nope. Any witness mysteriously died. None of the witnesses are alive.
Am I the good guy?
You're the good guy. You're the moral compass. Congratulations.
Yay.
You're the Cyclops of the group.
Go get him, Scott Summers.
Wolverine fucking
Also another
absolutely
Summer.
eviscerating 5 military members.
He's Summer from Summerness and one of the Summer Court.
Jean
He's
Grey
got a summer
absolutely lobotomizing people.
Yeah.
Here for murder.
Okay.
All right.
So, yep, you guys head up to the room. Yep, and it's nice. It has a number of beds, private bathroom, kind of a large table, and then it's got like an armoire. Put some clothes in, foot locker with a key. You want a map? You're not getting.
Well, no, you should give me a general map of the Court of Winter. I'm not asking about a map of this specific floor plan, because you still owe us the floor plan for our actual building.
We need our basement and our attic.
You guys have an attic?
Caleb has parrots. I didn't know that.
Had parents.
I have parents.
Past tense.
Fire.
I do have an adoptive father.
You're adopted?
Both of my parents are alive.
I mean, not
You're the only
legally, I
one who
guess.
keeps
Well,
forgetting
Eric,
about it.
I think
Well, I guess
us,
you don't love me.
Eric, I think us finding our room here would be a good place to stop.
Yes, it is. I just wanted to get there, and then of course we had that little aside. But yes, you guys are here for now. Really, kind of the start of your second day in the Fey Wild here in the Court of Winter. We're gonna go ahead and call it here, and then you guys, I guess, we'll just have to see what happens next week on Tuesday. When you guys can either get some work done or kind of put everything on hold so you can go kill stuff in an arena.
Killing without consequences. I mean, fighting without consequences. Killing is a byproduct.
Night.
Good night, everyone. See you next Tuesday. Ooh,
Good night.
7 o'clock.
Also think next Thursday too. We have a Jason with Jason.
Not this Thursday. Next Thursday.
Next Thursday. I know, that's what I'm saying. Next Thursday.
The next one.
Just letting people know it's coming up. Start getting your questions ready.
Pa-pow. Mwah.
Good meow.
Good night.